Welcome everybody, Swamp Donkey TV. We got a special one for you today. We're gonna be listening to fucking Cody Alford, fucking Marine Scout sniper, and a fucking Marine Raider. Um, Dude's a fucking animal, and yeah, man, he has a hell of a story. We're gonna play some Hearts of Iron as America, and we're gonna try to get Trump in this bitch while we're playing, and we're gonna listen to the dude's story. He's gonna start out talking about being in boot camp right now. Yeah, man. Hope y'all enjoy. One of my favorite fucking Sean Ryan videos. Shout out Sean Ryan. Shout out to Sean Ryan's show. It'll be linked in the description. Hell yeah, man. It's fucking. Ooh, had to just get that sound check in. Sorry.
So that's what I did. Get the boot camp, go through that whole thing, and I'm smiling and I'm enjoying every moment of it because I'm now it's my time. I've watched all the movies, I fantasized all the fantasies, I fucking G.I. Joe'd all the G.I. Joes, and now I'm getting to live it out. So I'm like cheesing in boot camp the entire time. It sucked. It was very hard, very challenging, but like I wanted to embrace that suck. I wanted to be there, so it made it completely different because my mindset and my belief systems were aligned to the path that I wanted to walk, even though it sucked and was miserable the entire time. I graduate boot camp. I do the School of Infantry, which in the Marine Corps, you go to the School of Infantry if you're an infantryman, or you go to MCT, Marine Combat Training. So if you're a non-infantry person, you go learn like basic infantry shit, and then you learn your career field. School of Infantry, you learn if you're a rifleman, machine gunner, mortarman, assaultman, all these things, you learn those career fields, and then you bring it all together. And I made my intentions known. I went to one of the sergeants. I graduated boot camp as a Lance Corporal. I was an honor graduate. So I was like the #1 graduating recruit there. So I left boot camp 3 ranks higher than 99% of my peers. And that caught the eyes of my instructors for the School of Infantry, which were, in retrospect, only 2 ranks higher than me at the time. So I found myself in leadership position. I found myself with a lot more mentorship from these corporals or these E4s and these E5s because I was now being tasked with the word to go spread it to the men.
Man,
I found myself in these leadership positions at an early, very young age. And in doing so, we had do man bro conversation times. I got to ask questions like, hey, how do I become a good leader? How do I manage this? How do I do this? How do I become a scout sniper? What do I do after this? And one of them found interest in me, and he's like, hey, the battalion you're going to, which is 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, he's like, the battalion you're going to, I have a buddy there, and they're running a sniper indoctrination in 2 months. He's like, so when you get there, sign up for it. And this dude believed in me. I'm a nobody. I'm a student like everyone else. I'm going through the funnel system of like, but where I was going was some place where these other men have not gone before. Even in boot camp. Boot camp was, all my drill instructors knew that we were going to war. Mm-hmm. It was inevitable. And none of them experienced what we were about to face.
Being 19 years old, told that.
And back in the day, I didn't know anything about ribbons. If I saw a dude that had like 2 ribbons, that meant nothing to me. I didn't know what that was. Even as a recruit, even, in boot camp, even at a young Marine age, like I didn't really know until I started to learn and then know. And a lot of these guys are peacocking because they're drill instructors. They're tough guys. They're trained to get inside your head. They're trained to build you in capacities that you never even thought were capable. But they also knew that we were going to go to war. And they made it very clear. He's like, you guys want to fuck around? He's like, you guys are going to war. All the ones going to the infantry battalions after this, or the School of Infantry, you're going to war. And I don't think any of us really knew what the magnitude of those words. You don't. You can only fantasize so much until you get punched in the face. You can only fantasize what it's like to get punched in the face until you realize you get punched in the face. You're like, fuck, I was not expecting that. And my School of Infantry class, everyone there's
I
an
remember
infantryman
now.
of some
This one's a forever war.
shape or size.
I have to start a whole new
And
match.
we went to
Fuck.
2-4 2nd Battalion 4th Marines, and then we went to 2-1 2nd Battalion
Do this.
1st Marines, which is the battalion that I went to.
It's 2008.
And both those
Let's
units
go there.
were very in the mix in OIF2 in
Trying to
Ramadi
avoid
and
this war
Fallujah.
with China, maybe.
And literally half my SOI class didn't fucking.
Or
make
they
it
might
out
have
of
already
their first
declared it
deployment,
on me. Fucking
'cause they're
dickheads.
fucking killed. And
We'll see. It's a little blunt.
we didn't know that at that age. You know,
Actually,
even our
we'll wait.
instructors didn't know. No one knew. My first deployment was Fallujah. No one knew what Fallujah was about.
Oh man, I
And-
can't even believe that, bro. Like you're
But
going
they did their
in,
best to like
bro.
give us that mindset. Butter jam. You know, push the fight. Do these things. Don't suck. Don't quit on yourself. Don't quit on your teammate. You know what I'm saying? It's not about you. You know, that's true suffer in silence. And looking back, I'm just grateful. Because they did the best they could with what they had and what they knew. And obviously training has significantly changed a lot since then, because there's a lot more experience now. There's a lot more wisdom. And those people are now in these positions where they're able to instruct. You know, but these instructors did a phenomenal job. And this dude that believed in me really kind of set me up for success. I'm like, damn, because it was not normal to like find people to like believe in you when you're just a boot being a nobody. And so I smoke SOI. They were thinking about promoting me to corporal, but they said that the colonel there said I was too young.
What's SOI?
School of Infantry.
Okay.
So it's the first like 3-month course you go to after Marine Corps boot camp, and it's only for infantrymen. So combat arms, and so I didn't get promoted to corporal, but they're like, hey, we're gonna give you this other leadership award, and it's gonna set you up for success when you go to the infantry. So I left boot camp stacked. I left my School of Infantry stacked, and more importantly, with documents that said, hey, this guy's not too bad. I was stacked with knowledge. This dude gave me this whole like Marine Corps planning leadership book, you know, these TNR manuals, these like things that no one had access to. None of my peers had access to. So I was given knowledge. I was given like true tangible things to like help me be successful. At the time, I didn't really see all the value in it, but I was also told like, hey, do this shit that nobody wants to do and you'll always fucking win. I'm like, okay. So this whole time in School of Infantry, I'm doing like all my online, they called it MCIs, Marine Combat Institute. It's like all these like online education. You needed those to get promoted back in the day or to be eligible for promotion, because it was like a scoring system up to like a certain rank. And you needed to meet that score, so you needed to have like all these like check in the box to be eligible for the next promotion. I'm like, well, fuck. I didn't come here to play small, bro. This is on my vision board. I'm here to win. I didn't know what winning means, but I just didn't want to suck. And I remember being told, do what other people aren't doing and you'll fucking win. I'm like, okay, well, none of my friends, they're all getting drunk out in Oceanside, California. I'm staying on base doing these stupid little MCIs because when I got to the fleet, when I got to my first unit, I didn't want to do this shit because I was going to be focused on my next chapter, my next checkpoint, which is to become a scout sniper. So I was doing the work that needed to happen to get me to where I wanted to be at an early age. I took advantage of that because I had goals. And I knew where we were going. I didn't know I was going to Iraq in like fucking 8 months. But I knew I was going to go overseas soon enough. And my goal was to be a sniper, so that needed to be my main focus. So I check into my battalion, and I remember getting off the bus, and like they're telling us all these fear-mongering, fear-porn stories, like, oh, they called it a seabag drag, because my battalion that I was checking into was just a couple miles down the road from the School of Infantry. And they were telling us, oh, they're gonna make you run down there in your alphas, which is our green suit, and drag in your sea bag. And I'm like, are you serious? Because I'm in California. I'm looking at Camp Pendleton, I'm looking at all these big mountains. I'm like, I gotta go up those things? Like all these new hurdles in life. I've never seen a mountain. My first plane was flying to boot camp, you know? And so I'm getting at SOI, I see this big ass mountain. The first thing I do in reception is my buddy and I, we go up to the top of that mountain because it was scary as shit. We're like, let's just get this out of the way. Because if I can go up that fucking mountain, I can go up 100 times and it not bother me. Like, that was the caliber of men that I was around at a very young age. And just looking back on that life, man, how fortunate to be around winners that weren't losers.
Hell yeah.
And I check into my unit.
Enter a prompt here.
Fucking whore.
Okay, it can't be that hard.
Bus pulls up in the quarter decks of the big parade field, this big, concrete slab outside all the headquarters buildings, all these things. And there's a few of these senior guys that are receiving all of us boots. They're like, hey, if you're a golf company, so-and-so, 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 get off the bus. And they're like yelling at them. I'm like, oh my God, this thing is real. This thing is real. And I knew I was checking into headquarters company. I don't even know what the fuck that was. I was supposed to go to trailers platoon. I'm like, what is a trailer platoon? I literally thought I was gonna be in a trailer. Like, I had no clue what this was. And I'm in headquarters. All my friends are in, an alphanumeric thing. I'm in golf, I'm in Fox, I'm in Echo, I'm in Kilo, I'm in all these things. And I'm like, I'm in HQ. I'm a headquarters guy. Okay. And I just see all my boot friends just getting thrashed, just pushing up, getting yelled at, just first sergeant smoking cigarettes, and these dudes are doing 8-count bodybuilders. I'm like, dude, this thing is real, because we are straight fresh meat. And these guys are all HOI4 veterans, and they know that we're going to war. And this is 2003 now. War is already happening, but they know that we are the fresh meat going with them into harm's way. And so they're taking it very seriously. So they're kind of bringing that boot camp, school of infantry vibe and mindset. Because you're a boot, you only know the shit you were taught. You know nothing else. And so now you're about to learn your trade in these platoons. Well, I was one of the first few boot camps to have the digital camouflage.
Yeah.
Where everyone in the fleet, all the senior guys, had the woodland camis and black boots. So I quickly looked around and realized that I did not want to get my ass beat or have to do like random 8 counts for no reason. So I quickly did what I do best. I blended in. And I made it my priority. I found some camouflage. I shoe glued my name tape on there. I traded digis because you had so many from boot camp. I traded digis with my roommate who was a motor pool guy, and I blended in. And I was an E3, so it looked like I was a senior guy. I'm like, bro, I'm setting myself up for success. I'm not going to be like a target, dude, because all my friends were targets.
Yeah.
And targets get hit.
Yeah.
Targets get the shitty details. Targets get the crap into the stick. And I didn't want that. And I'm in headquarters, and I'm in headquarters, and I really contemplated to go UA. My dream come true, and I fucking hated it.
Really?
Yep. My battalion was in 29 Palms doing a big training exercise called CAX, Combined Arm Exercise. Big training event back in the day. And so there was a very skeleton crew back at home. Well, the fella in charge of the headquarters guys, being me, he was in charge of the suicide crazy watch people also. They had they were wearing white t-shirts underneath their woodland camis. They had white laces. Dude, it was a shit show. And they were goofy. I'm like, dude, I don't want to emulate you. And I'm 18 years old at this point. I'm like, you're not inspiring to me. This is the Marine Corps. I was painting rocks. I was putting non-skid on steps. I'm like, what the hell am I getting into? With no signs of a brighter future. And it was like that for 2 weeks, and I literally was contemplating I gotta get out of here. This is not for me. This is not what I signed up for. This is stupid. Stupid without a purpose. Stupid with a purpose is different. Stupid without a purpose is just plain stupid.
Yeah.
And so I'm back in our very condemned flat top buildings that had rats the size of my feet rolling around in them. This is before nice barracks happened and AC was a thing. And this one sergeant comes in there, and I swear he smoked probably 5 cigarettes the whole time he was talking to us. He's like, hey, my name's Tommy. I'm from a sniper platoon. We're doing this NDOC in a week. So-and-so, you're in the platoon. If you don't pass the NDOC, you're out. If anybody else wants to sign up for the NDOC, here's the list, sign up. Here's the date and time to be there. I'm like, and all my friends that's in headquarters with, they all made it because they're all expert shooters. In boot camp, I left as a sharpshooter, so one step down. It's a true story. Doesn't sound real, but it is. I shot on another dude's target so he could pass, because he was a pizza box. He was like not even going to pass the qualification course. And I shot on his target so he'd get his like one score that he needed to pass. That took me from my one shot that I needed to be an expert. And so I go to infantry as a sharpshooter. It's whatever. It is what it was. But that's also why my name wasn't on this like pick list. But I was able to sign up for it. So I signed up for this NDoc, and I'm like just excited. I'm super excited. It's coming true. And then I realized, oh my God, I did not know the things I was gonna have to do to do this. And I remember us showing up, and one of the first events we did was the pool. And I'm going back into my repository inside my mind. I'm like, none of the videos that I watched were these motherfuckers in pools.
So you're in NDoc now.
I'm in NDoc. Like, I signed my name up.
So what is NDoc? Is NDoc a tryout?
Yep, it's a
tryout to get into sniper school.
It's it's indoctrination to get into the platoon, and then from the platoon you're under observation, and then once you're in the platoon you're basically earning your keep, and then you're earning your keep to get a chance to go to sniper school because not everyone got a chance to go.
So how long is this pipeline?
Your clan calls for you.
Damn, man.
Come forth, young vampire.
You fucking piece of shit.
From NDoc
Got me
to
clicking other shit.
sniper school.
That's a big time gap difference. NDoc's anywhere between like 2 to 3 weeks. But then you realize and you learn at a very young age, you're constantly always under observation. So just because you passed the indoctrination, you did all the hard things, you met the requirements that, okay, this guy he can shoot, move, communicate, he won't quit, he can do land navigation, he's a candidate, and we can teach him everything else he needs to know, because back in the day, the purpose of a sniper platoon was to train you how to be a scout sniper. Because then you go to sniper school to get your certification, to fine tune your adjustments. But in the sniper platoon, you're learning everything that they learn in sniper school. And 90% of it has nothing to do with shooting.
Mm-hmm.
It's knowledge. It's verbatim. It's attention to detail. Missing a period or a comma in a sentence when you're reciting what the definition of a Marine Corps Scout Sniper is. What does reconnaissance mean? What does surveillance mean? What does target acquisition mean? What does a hide site mean? And if you miss a comma or a period, you're paying for that. You miss an item on your observation game, you're paying for that. And so you're basically in a school the entire time. So for me, that was like a year and a half before I got to go to sniper school because I deployed in between this time period. But I get to the sniper platoon and...
Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Bring me back.
Let's go back.
So
NDoc.
NDoc.
Yeah, let's go back to NDoc.
Yeah, so NDoc, I find myself in this pool and I'm like sweating bullets because I wasn't a good swimmer. Marine Corps boot camp, you're either a swimmer or you're not a swimmer. They don't really teach you how to swim. It's like, hey, here's this Vietnam era flak vest and this big old brain bucket that's surely not to save your life, and I want you to fucking jump in the water from this tall tower. And I haven't showed you how to do any of these side strokes, how to do anything. Figure it out. You're like, what the fuck? And you're just like, go. And that's how it was. And I just made the bare minimum to like pass the swim call because it was a meat grinder. Because when I was in School of Infantry, there was an opportunity to go to recon. And you could sign up for recon back in the day. You could not sign up to be a scout sniper.
Okay.
So in a School of Infantry, you would come and you would confirm that you can do the recon screening, right? Which consisted of, some swims, treading water, underwater crossover, and physical fitness tests. Well, I signed up for that, and they told me to go pound sand because I had like the lowest swim qualification you could possibly have and still be a Marine. And so I'm like, okay. So thank God that happened because I would have deviated from this great life that I have and the opportunities that I have. And so I get to the NDoc, and the first thing we do is swimming. And I learned from that age and that very young point that the water is the equalizer for all men. You find out who wants to be there in the water. And you might not, and I learned also, you might not pass everything, but you can't fake heart. You can't fake determination. You can't fake fucking discipline. You have it or you don't. And I was the poorest swimmer at the NDoc, the poorest one. But you could not get me to stop. And so the chief instructor for the platoon, he took me aside and he started to teach me things. He's like, dude, you have no idea what you're doing, but you clearly aren't quitting anytime soon. So let me show you how to do this. So he actually taught me how to swim. And I realized that that was just a way to share the fat instantly before we got to the fun stuff. And that really wasn't fun to me. Neither was the things that are coming my way, but it was like the entry level. Because the water's scary. They tell you to hold your breath in the water and swim wearing your full camouflage utilities. That's not easy to do. They tell you to wear your full camouflage utilities after you've been swimming for 30 minutes, and they tell you to tread water for 30 minutes. You're like, you want me to tread water for 30 minutes? Are you serious? And I was never exposed to these things because you don't do any of that in boot camp. You do none of that in School of Infantry. So these are all new phases and experiences of life that none of us have experienced. And to be honest, we're just crushing it. I suffered, swimming-wise, and they were like, okay, well, I can either give up on you, or you're a Lance Corporal from boot camp. You left School of Infantry with this leadership award. There's clearly something about you. You clearly just need to be trained on the things you don't know. And that is exactly how this staff sergeant took me in. And I'm very grateful for that opportunity because that has been a role in my life. I'm not the great at a lot of things, but I don't know what I don't know. And when I get put in those situations, people see that like, bro, I am the real McCoy. But I just need the opportunity. I just need that shot, you know, because I want it. And I'm willing to do anything for it. Even drown, you know, even suffer. Even know that I can't do that shit, but I'll still jump in the pool when I don't want to. When I want to fucking quit, but I'm not going to. When he told me not to touch the bottom, and I wanted to step up and breathe, but I'm not going to because he told me fucking not to, and this means more to me than my comfort or the discomfort that I'm in. And this dude saw that, and he took me in at a young age and mentored me, mainly how to swim. And then after that, we did a lot of ruck running. There was this thing called Recon Ridge outside of Camp Horno, which is 2nd Battalion 1st Marines on Camp Pendleton. That's our base at the camp at the time. And there's this thing called Recon Ridge, and it starts off very basic. You're like, oh, I could run up that. Like 20 feet into that thing, your calves and ankles are done. You're just smoked. And it just keeps on going up and up and up and up and up until you hit the ridge line. And then you find yourself traversing all these mountains and ridges. They call it the Alpha Shelf. It's the first layer of mountains in Camp Pendleton. Very distinctful. You can see them from the highway. They're very massive, large terrain features. And we're just up and down these things every day for like 2 weeks. Doing land navigation all over Camp Pendleton with like hard timelines. Your timelines where if you don't come back with your points, you're out of the platoon. Those odds I loved. Because none of us had a handout there. Even my friends that were on the list to go to the platoon, they had to earn their keep just like me and a few other guys that weren't on the list to go. You know, there was no handouts there. And these guys were already used to working in like 2-man sniper teams. But we had 4-man teams, and that's what we were working towards. But they didn't care if they had to go back to 2-man teams. Because there was a standard. So it was like, it was so fun. Because all my friends were cleaning guns, the armory. They're marching, doing dumb shit, and like
Al-Qaeda troops deployed, following
coordinated. Getting chased by the rucksack. My fucking pants are unbloused. I have a heavy ass pack on. I got like drippy mascara paint, you know, just like like running down my face, and I was a king of the world. Because we were told you will run everywhere you go, you will not walk anywhere. I'm like, okay. And instantly, you're already standing out from the pack. So all of us in the sniper platoon, they're called pigs, professionally instructed gunmen. So a professionally instructed gunman or a pig, you're the boot in the sniper platoon. You're not a school-trained sniper. You can do the job, but that's not your main thing. You're a point man. You're a radio man. You're an assistant team leader potentially, maybe, but you're not the sniper. And a hog is a hunter.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We'll pick back up at Hog, but so in the sniper platoon, everybody is in the Marine Corps. Everybody's there to support the sniper. Is that correct?
In a sniper platoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. The sniper is the main focus, but the team is the main focus because you're not doing sniper missions. You can't do a sniper mission without the team. And so the main thing is like everyone working as a 4-man team, a small element. That's the main thing.
So out of the 4-man team, how many snipers are there? One?
It varies. My first sniper team had 2 snipers. My team
Okay.
leader and my assistant team leader were scout snipers. School trained snipers, and the radio operator and myself as a point man, we were not.
But you're a candidate.
I am
at
in the
that
sniper
point.
platoon. I've earned my keep to be in the platoon. I'm a platoon member. And now I'm just waiting my time to go to sniper school.
Okay.
So, you know, because back in the day, hey, we got 1 seat. Well, there's 8 guys. We got 2 seats, but there's 12 guys. You know, it's just different how to work to like get your chance to go to school. But every one of us were instructed on the sniper rifle. We all knew how to do observation. We all knew how to do everything because it was their job and their invested interest to make sure we knew how to do it all. Because we're going to war, and we're a team. I gotta know what happens to them if they don't make it. You know, so being in this platoon, and these guys were like Somalia vets, HOI4 vets, and I'm like, whoa, they're like, oh, I was walking around Mogadishu with my sniper rifle. I'm like, what? Like, just these crazy stories I've never even heard of before. And unreal that I'm even in the platoon in the first place. To look back at my vision board where I have this like skull with 2 cross sniper rifles, you know, now I'm actually in this platoon, and our t-shirt was it had the dead man's hand, but it had the it had a skull with 2 cross rifles on it. That was like our sniper platoon logo. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And so your school trained snipers are called Hogs, Hunter of Gunmen, and that's the title. That's the certification you get once you complete Scout Sniper School, Scout Sniper Basic Course, SSBC. So the whole time I'm in this platoon, we're just learning skills. Land navigation. Dude, land nav. Observation, surveillance techniques, patrolling, you know, all the things to like make you a weapon. But at the same time, we're training for this upcoming deployment we all hear about. We're going to Iraq. We're going to this place called Fallujah. Not a big deal. No one's bells were ringing. No one's butts were tight. We're going to Iraq. So all the OAF1 guys, all the invasion guys were like, oh, you guys better get ready. But hearing their stories, you know, OAF1 was different. It was different. It's a different type of violence. No one knew what we were getting into.
Yeah.
Nobody. To the point where the training that my battalion was doing in preparation was called SASO. Have you ever heard of SASO?
I haven't.
I forget the exact acronym. I'll try my best. It's basically stability operations. So we're doing this training.
Stability
operations. Stability.
And you're going to Fallujah.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Step forth, mortal.
I hate you.
I, Hermaeus Mora.
It's not even been 20
foresee
minutes
the
since the last fucking.
of rea-
You ain't getting no free ads on my shit. No. We'll mute you until it comes back.
So all these scenarios, we're doing checkpoints, we're
talking
doing
about?
sergeant of the guards, we're basically doing this like martial law. That's basically what we're practicing. It's really what it was. Martial law. We're practicing martial law. Show, shout, shove, shoot. These are the things that we must say. These are the things that we must do. Hugs and kisses. We're the professionals. Open hearts, open minds.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, there was a lot of that, but just not in the same context. But we did what we did best. We trained. And the cool thing about the sniper platoon was that we were part of headquarters company back in the day. And what that means is that headquarters is like your motor pool people, your cooks, your supply people, your radio people, all these things. And from there, they get dispatched to the companies, the line companies, the infantry companies. Well, infantry shoots a lot of ammunition. Headquarters does not shoot a lot of ammunition.
Did I just
We
join
had
that?
A lot of ammunition. But we did not have a lot of sniper ammo, which is weird.
Even
We're
is
shooting
this?
like 10, 20 rounds at a time, and that was a training evolution. So we're making every one of these shots count. Oh yeah,
God.
it was very sparse. But we did get a lot of 50 cal, and we got a lot of 5.56. So break contact drills, small unit tactics, you know, all the things that you would imagine being a 4-man team. That's what we were doing. Well, on top of that, we would run missions for Border Patrol on Camp Pendleton. we would basically do a bunch of bolo missions. And so we would pack up our gear and we would navigate the valleys and the crests inside Camp Pendleton, working our way towards like the border patrol checkpoints. And we're like, they get a bolo and like, hey, we're looking for a white van. So we're like looking for white vans all night, you know, we're just reporting back. And it's like drill, you know, we're just drilling. We're not gonna do anything crazy, but we're utilizing a real world scenario to provide us real world mission training. And so we found ourselves doing that a lot.
That's smart. I think that's smart.
Yeah, and because money was an extreme thing back then, meaning that it didn't exist.
But I mean, it's a real mission.
It's a real mission.
Correct.
Yeah, real mission. We are planning, we're briefing. I mean, hell, we would even set up vehicle hide sites in the officer neighborhood because there was thieves taking place. There was people breaking into shit. Well, guess what? We'll do a training mission out there.
So you guys are sniping thieves on base.
With observations.
I'm just kidding.
I remember being in the back of one of those Chevy Avalanches, sweating my balls off. You know, I got the vehicle hide drape. I'm wearing the mock up, the Reaper hood. And I'm like, just leaning back, and like this dude didn't even empty out his car all the way. And I'm like, breaker 19. You know, I'm passing reports, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Because when everyone else is sleeping or playing Xbox or getting drunk, and Marines are crazy, dude. Like barracks parties and like barracks brawls are a real thing. Like it's straight gangland there. Like no rules. People flying off of second story balconies, taped to mattresses. Like the horrible stories you hear, like there's no way those are real. Those were really real, and those were really real back then. Like those are a real thing. Well, we were doing a real thing too. We were fine tuning our craft. We were learning how to do vehicle surveillance, Trojan horse operations. We were learning how to do all these things that weren't done at the time, especially in the conventional side of things. But we had a commander who had a belief. We had a commander who was very outside the box and pushed us to train in that capacity also. Because it was really easy. The standard for Marine
Who should we tech?
Go to the armory, clean your guns, hurry up and wait. Well, we didn't do that. One,
Feeling a little
cleaning your guns
warish.
for hours on end, you're just destroying them. Two, the training is not in the armory. The training's out in the bush. And I don't even need a gun for that. I just need a map, a compass, and an objective. And that's what we did. So we would just do STAR courses all the time, land navigation courses all the time. So it was like a continuous indoctrination.
Serious?
Because none of it got easier, and it only got harder. But that's what set us up for success. You know, that was a hard training that nobody wanted to do, but you took pride in it because there's only 12 of you. I think, 12 of us at the time. And, you know, when you're doing observations, as you know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're just looking at an area that's got no movement. That takes discipline.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it takes discipline not to go to sleep. It takes discipline not to drift your mind. It takes discipline not to screw your buddy over. And it takes discipline to be like, hey, dude, I'm really tired. I need you to cover down in 10 minutes for me. You know, all these things take discipline. And so we're learning at a very young age something that we never got exposed to from the military in that capacity, the warfighting capacity, what it's truly going to take to make it happen. So we're doing all this cool training for the sniper platoon. We're integrating with the infantry companies, you know, doing sniper overwatch, guardian angel missions. Basically, we're like, they're conducting their martial law stuff, and we are, you know, doing observation, running reconnaissance surveillance for them, sitting back, because back in the day, snipers were actually employed as snipers. You were the eyes and ears of the battalion. You were directly reporting to the commander information of all things pertinent to surveillance and observation of the battlefield. And because you were the first line of defense, because there was no recon elements in an infantry battalion. There's sniper elements. And back in the day, before we called sniper platoons, we were called stay platoons, surveillance target acquisition. And that sums up exactly what we did. We were a stay platoon, and that's how I grew up in the community. And that's what we did. We did this great training for SASO, and we're like, hey guys, we're going to Iraq in a couple months, and we're like, all right. Meant nothing. because it was so vanilla down. We did combat drills, we did combat scenarios in the SASO training, but the main thing was martial law. You're just policing up, spreading love and joy. That fucking changed very quickly. A different type of love and joy. And so I found myself going on leave, pre-deployment leave. I go home to Texas, I see my family, and I tell my parents I'm going to Iraq. And my mom was super sad, and my dad was proud, but not because I'm going to war. My dad was proud of who I've become. And I wanted to selfishly just go party, chase chicks. Because in my head, I'm like, I'm going to fucking war, bro. I wasn't a tough guy, but I didn't know what was going to happen. So I wanted to go be an 18-year-old kid. I wanted to go do 18-year-old kid things. And that's when my dad's like, hey, you better spend time with your mother. And I'm like, all right, I'll spend time with my mom. I'll spend time with you. I'll stay at home. I'll do these things. So I did. And then I come back to Pendleton, and we flew commercial air to Iraq for my first deployment. And I was a Lance Corporal, so I'm still on the working party committee, you know, doing all this shitty job still. And even our platoon, we had to give up bodies to go support these things. We got out a lot of things, but we still needed to support and be team players. So I find myself loading these sea bags. You know, that's where we learned the whole like conveyor belt system. Where
Got a broke economy.
You're just a fine oiled machine, you know. And we're loading this civilian aircraft, sea bags in the bottom. None of us know what the fuck's gonna happen. None of us have a clue what we're going into. None of us. At least I did not. I knew it was gonna be war. I knew it was Iraq. That was it. My mindset
Can no longer be communist. We gotta change that.
Stability operations. My mindset was the information that I was told and trained upon, that that's what I was going to execute and perform.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't mean complacent. That just means that my mindset was on what my tasks were assigned to me.
I mean, what else would it be on?
Exactly.
You know, that's what you just spent however long training to do. That's what they told you were going to do. Why would you think anything else?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you want to go to Iraq, or did you want to go to Afghanistan? Or did you care?
I didn't care, but at the time, Afghanistan wasn't even on my radar. Iraq was. I think Afghanistan might have been for like the East Coast Marines, but
Okay.
It wasn't for the West Coast. We were all Iraq, to my knowledge, at this time of life. So, and Afghanistan wasn't even a thing, you know, because you hear Iraq. They did it. Weapons of mass destruction. That's not in Afghanistan. That's in Iraq, right? And so I really only saw that as like the potential reality that I would face, you know, in this phase of life in my career.
Yeah, I guess at that time, Afghanistan was a strictly
Very low
special
key,
operations
very
war.
special operations. Now we have Marine units doing it. You know, our Detachment 1, which is our very first Marine Special Operations asset, they were operating in Afghanistan around this time. They were doing a lot of missions.
What just happened?
But big general purpose Marine Corps, no,
Okay.
Iraq. So we fly to Kuwait.
God damn it.
And we're drinking beer. Oh, you know, we're on this plane. I'm excited. I'm like, this is crazy, dude. I'm flying this comfy plane, civilian plane. These stewardess are like super kind, and we got our guns in there, and we're just like, they're like feeding us beer, and I'm 18 years old, bro. I'm living it up. This is fun. This is awesome. This is the real McCoy. We get to Kuwait, and I'm just like, what is this? And as my eyes open up to the scene, it's just like this crazy, massive monstrosity of things happening. You know, there's troops moving here, there's vehicles moving here. It's just like, whoa! It's like you see those old World War II films where it's like a staging area, and you're like, oh my god, this is it. And we did some training there.
Would you like
did
to
a lot of
host a
shooting there. We
multiplayer
had
game in
obviously
3
way more
weeks?
ammunition.
Yeah, man.
We started to link up with other assets like human exploitation teams, EOD teams, because these things
Yeah, dude.
weren't they were not organic to an infantry battalion.
I got a couple
And so
couple
now we're
guys
getting
that'd be down to
introduced
play
them, we're doing
too.
collective training with
We've been
them,
looking for
and
like a
since we were
good,
snipers, we were
like at least
the
like
tier
a
guys of our
5
battalion.
plus,
We're,
game
we're
to be
getting,
playing.
because their information, their sole purpose is based off an actual
Turn this down a little.
intelligence and gaining information. Ours is the same thing. We provide information, and intelligence is formed off that information. That's our main focus. Shooting is 10% of the job, so they say.
What you got in mind, simple cheat?
And
Simple anti-cheat. Sorry.
a lot of lessons still there. It was very airy, fun. People were excited. We're getting ready to go do our job. Why else would you join? Why
Drop your
else would you
Discord in the
go
chat, bro.
Put all those hard things to test, and still no one knew what was coming our way. No one was complacent with like, oh, this can be a cake in the walk. That mindset that never existed. But the true brutality of what Fallujah brought, I think if someone told you, you would have been like, no way. Telling stories of Fallujah still to this day for me, it sounds fake. It sounds made up.
Well, before we get into Fallujah, because that's where we're going,
That's where we're going.
let's take a quick break.
Let's do it.
Alright.
Serious question. Who wants to take the best
You know what?
shit
I fucks with Sean Ryan. We'll let him run his shit right now.
right here? I do.
We'll let him
How do you
talk his
do that?
shit.
You go with Bub's Naturals Collagen Protein. You rip the thing open, you put it in your coffee, you stir it up, and you're on your way. Now, if taking the best shit of your entire life doesn't interest you, collagen will also give you beautiful hair, great skin, and nails to die for. So, and you'll recover a lot quicker in between workouts if that's your thing. So now that we got the good shit out of the way, get it? Let me tell you a little bit about Bubs the company. Bubs is a tribute company to Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor who died defending American freedom in Benghazi, Libya. Bubs donates 10% of all proceeds to veteran organizations like the Glenn Doherty Foundation and 100% of all proceeds on Veterans Day. Let me tell you about Bubs' latest product that helps with energy, healthy digestion, your immune system, and your metabolism. Bubs Naturals Apple Cider Vinegar Gummies, which actually taste so damn good that I ate all 60 of them the first night I got them. They taste amazing, and man, I got a lot of energy now. Anyways, go to bubsnaturals.com, use promo code Sean.
Jesus Christ, this whole
Take
world is
20%
turning
off
into...
your order. Thank you, Bubs Naturals, for being a sponsor of the Sean Ryan Show.
These guys are all staying.
Alright,
Oh,
it's 2004.
Italy went fucking full
You're going
fucking
Fallujah.
Nazi. Cool.
You have no idea what you're in for. Fallujah is probably the most well-known battle throughout the entire war. The bloodiest. We'll just leave it at that. It was...
There's something about being outdoors and doing crazy and wild things that just works for me.
indescribable. And you were there.
I was there. The first one was Inherent Resolve. That was the operation leading up to Phantom Fury, which most people hear about. That was the concluding of Fallujah. That was the last battle. We were there for Inherent Resolve. So we arrive. We convoy from Kuwait to Iraq. We go to our fire base. It's called Bahariya. It was one of Saddam's old resorts. He had like some little go-kart places. He had a place where he had caged lions, a little lake in the center. Right next to this place called the Mech. This big facility that housed aircraft, medical, reconnaissance, and various other
Mitt
entities.
Romney, baby.
In our base, we replaced the 101st Airborne and the Air Force. And these guys were battered. They didn't have much. And so we showed up into what you would think as a pretty austere environment. We had hard structures that were team houses because it was just like this big resort area. So there's multiple houses. Our kitchen was a big general purpose tent. And operations were getting pretty feisty there. We haven't gone out at this point. A couple leadership are doing left and rights with the outgoing entities, the recce guys with the 101st, they're snipers. And, you know, day one.
Send the Rangers in on
Not
them.
even day one into the city, but day one on the left seat, right seat. Two of our guys from our platoon come back with grenade wounds.
On day one?
Day one.
Day one,
And essentially what
fucking
happened, there was
motherfuckers get hit
always
with grenade.
like weekly tribal
First day you're
councils,
there.
essentially that happened at this district center. And the sniper recce guys from the 101st would set up Overwatch, relay stuff, and provide Overwatch. Well, we had a few members of our sniper platoon go out there, and I was kind of butthurt. I wanted to go, but it was the senior guys, which at the time, I'm still new to this whole thing, but it makes sense. They're doing leaders reconnaissance. I just wanted to go out and do stuff. I'm here to work. Well, they come back eating grenades. The 101st, as they're leaving, they did not leave with their heads held high. They were still getting killed and wounded all the way up to the point they left.
Oh, they made land. Oh, I can
Our
land invade them.
kitchen, our dining area, which is a tent, took a direct mortar round. Mortar rounds were really happening a lot, impacting all over the fire base constantly, just harassing fire. And once again, we didn't really know what we're getting into. We did not have armor on our vehicles. All of our Humvees were soft skin. We started
Oh
using the
my
Mercedes
god, they
I-5
were
vehicles,
going
the
in with the
Jeeps,
fucking,
with the roll cage
basically
vehicles,
fucking mail trucks, bro.
which are cool until they're not.
Not in Fallujah.
Not in fucking Fallujah. And so we started
Oh
to
my
really
god.
pillage what the Air Force had and what the Army had.
Hold on.
We
Let
started
me,
killing the blast blankets. The Air
Y'all know who makes the mail trucks, right? It's the same motherfuckers that make the Humvees. These motherfuckers had soft Humvees going into Fallujah. That means they're literally going in there with mail trucks, aluminum fucking vehicles. What are you talking about?
Force had armor on their Humvees. We're taking their armor, ghetto rigging it to our rigs. And we had no optics.
You had no optics?
We had iron sights. And ACOGs were not a real thing back then. ACOGs were in the fielding process. They were not. ACOG is the, I think, 3x magnified optic. They were in the fielding process. They were not in our hands. Not in our
What?
possessions. Night vision, good luck. Radios, personal radios, good luck.
What?
In the sniper platoon, it's completely different. Sniper platoon, we all had, 148s. We all had team communication. We all had 7 Bravos. So we were pretty stacked. We had some pretty outdated at the time, very dated thermals. But the infantry, maybe 3 guys had squad systems, squad communication systems. Maybe 8 guys out of 30 had night vision. And would be conducting full spectrum operations through all hours of the day and night. But at the time, no one knew what was coming. So when our guys came back with holes in their bodies and already out of the fight, they didn't go home. They stayed there. It was pretty crazy because we're just day one on our fire base on this camp, and 2 of our guys are already out of commission. 2 guys.
Damn.
And
2
we're-
leaders.
2 leaders, and we're a 12-man team. We're 12.
Who won this time? Oh, he won again? Okay.
And
Thought he already won.
4. My math is wrong. 16. We had 4 teams of 4, and then we had a residual headquarters aspect element that could fill and go. still pretty small. A lot of responsibility. Very small outfit. And they're like, oh, it's crazy. And you're just hearing stories. And then you start hearing the booms. And then you're like, oh shit. Then you see the booms, you know, the mortars that are coming in. And like all this now becoming very real to me.
Where my Marines
Like,
at?
it was always real to me, but it wasn't, I never had the perspective of something I never experienced. You know? Hearing men fucking cry out for help. Never heard that shit before. You know? Hearing, fear has a sound. And hearing that sound, I've never heard that before. And it was a culture shock at that. And by the time, we still had no mission, we had no plan. We were doing, some of the guys from our sniper platoon were doing Trojan horse missions, so low vis operations. But because you're a Marine, they won't let you grow out your beard.
It's lame.
It's a discipline. And so they're like painting their face, you know, wearing local garb as much as they can, making themselves look like they have a 5 o'clock shadow, and doing the best they can with what they had back in the day. Well, those missions started to quickly shut down. That's around the whole time the Blackwater thing happened. A lot of people are dying.
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
I'd be the dad.
I'm the dad. Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm
You
the
serious?
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
And it started to stir up a hornet's nest. Because I don't think the commanders knew exactly what their subordinate commands were actually getting into. And so,
Which Blackwater thing are you talking about? Are you talking about when the contractors were hung upside down on the bridge?
Yeah.
Burned alive?
And so you hear all these tales and stories of things going on, and you're like, shit's real. This is when, like...
Stop, bro. Look what you're
Like
doing.
an 18-wheeler driver getting beheaded.
Yeah.
Do you remember? That video was going around everywhere. And there's a lot of these things. You're like, what is this, dude? It's like, I couldn't comprehend.
Yeah.
War is war, sure. You can probably comprehend that a bit, but the brutality of it all and really what we were up against, I had no left or right lateral limit to even comprehend that.
The body mutilations, the beheadings, the dismemberment,
the human shields,
all that.
It was crazy. And I remember one day we stopped getting stuff delivered to our fire base. It wasn't a fire base, it's a base. Camp. And all the workers we had coming to help us, local nationals, their heads arrived in a bag outside of our gate.
God damn.
And so getting people to come help the Americans was extremely difficult.
They sent all the heads of your local workers to your front gate? Holy shit. How many heads? Did you know these guys?
Did not. I'm just a dude. I'm still like living in La La Land because we're waiting for the mission. I'm just wondering why we're not getting a water supply. I'm wondering why, you know, this thing hasn't been delivered. I'm just a dude. You know, I'm waiting with my scratch off phone card, waiting in line for an hour and a half to use the fucking morale phone. Because I'm still living in a reality that I don't even know where I'm in or where I'm at. I'm just waiting for tasking. But all these big things are happening. And at the time, I was a low-level guy. I wasn't really involved. You just hear the stories. Then you start...
What the fuck does that brief look like? Hey, if you guys are wondering where our local workers are, their heads have all been chopped off and they're in packages at the front door.
Well, back then, dissemination of information wasn't really a thing. And that's my perspective. That's my view on things. And I say that because when we finally got the green light to go in, it was March 26, 2004. And
Chair's about to break on me.
We are tasked with, we are pushing through the city of Fallujah.
I feel like me and France are going to get into it again.
With how many people?
Our entire battalion. So 4 companies. My Marine math is not that great when it comes to the breakdown of all those outfits.
100.
Hundreds.
200.
Multiple battalions. So there's other units, because I believe Fallujah was a 4x4 grid square or 2x2, something of that nature. And there was, my battalion was the main effort. So other adjacent battalions were doing other combat missions to support our push through the city. So they were more on the outskirts, kind of like funneling people towards us. So the plan was. And so we stage at like 02, 03 in the morning on our camp. But the night prior, my platoon commander comes in and he's like, everyone's going to write their death letter.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I got goosebumps even thinking about that. Because at the time, I didn't know. I saw some guys get shrapnel wounds. I heard the stories of the heads. I seen and hear the explosions. But then I'm told to write my own death letter. And I'm like, what do you say? What do I do? And I had a girlfriend at the time, so I wrote a letter to her. My parents were in my life. I wrote a letter to my parents. And we all turned our letters over to our platoon commander. And that's when I knew shit was fucking real.
Do you still have those letters?
I don't.
What'd you write?
I really don't remember. I wrote what an 18-year-old kid probably would. I was motivated at the time, so I probably wrote some shit like, I'm dying for, I fought for my country, I fought for my team. I love you guys, I miss you.
You think your parents still have that letter?
Switch to the Google Fi wireless.
I fucking hate you.
Pay for the data you use. Get unlimited call.
No, my parents got more than a letter. Later.
Okay. We'll wait for that.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Right on. I mean, that's fucking demoralizing.
Yeah, it was pretty demoralizing, but at the same time, I didn't know any different. None of us knew. No one knew. And I get it. Some people might be thinking, "Oh, dude, it's war. What did you expect?" But no, I've been to war. This was hell. This was something that shaped my life for the rest of my life. As long as I live, I will never forget that. I won't remember all the details. I still don't remember all the details. I don't remember all the phase lines. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember the feeling. And
probably scared shitless. I know I would be. Fuck.
So we load up in these trucks. I'm in a 7-ton, those big, very clunky, non-quiet diesel, 18 military.
And cruise down the streets of Fallujah.
And
like fucking crazy
cigarettes.
Guys.
Light discipline. We're still on base because the drive is only like 10 minutes. The drive from your DVD player, your shitty fucking food, and the thing you call a bed, you're 10 minutes away from hell, and it's just outside your gate. And the drive was that 10 minutes. 10 minutes of fucking silence and pure fucking darkness.
It's insane.
And I just remember feeling like the rumbles of the truck. I smell the JP8, the fuel. You can feel that energy for all those fucking souls that are there. These fucking dudes, you can feel it. The silence, that bonding that speaks no words. That mindset that has no category. It just is what it is. And only situations can bring that about. And we stopped right outside the city. It's the Cloverleaf. It was like this highway. There's a highway right outside of it. And there's this cloverleaf of a highway, like entrance points, on-ramps, off-ramps. And we park outside of that and we unload. And it's just dead quiet. It's pitch black. But there's these street lights. We're out like, what's going on? What are we doing here? Like, what's the next phase? What's the next step? And you hear gunshots. And a few of us, to include myself, we duck. Well, it's our guys shooting out these streetlights, which it's not as easy as movies make, especially with 5.56. And it took a couple shots to make these things happen. And then it got super quiet. And then my team leader comes up and he's like, "Hey, we're tasked to do Overwatch. and push forward. I'm like, okay, I was a point man. That was my fucking job. I was good at it. So not only am I navigating to a destination, which we didn't have one, my head's on the swivel. I have to see.
Excuse me.
Because it's our mission to provide information to our battalion, to our commanders, our subordinate commanders, so they can create and determine what's intelligence and what needs to be action and what needs to happen. And right on the outskirts of the city was this unconstructed building, and I remember making my way up there.
Making my way
and it's
down there.
beautiful. The sun's peaking. There's that smell of unknown, a new country, and it was so peaceful and quiet. It was insane. Saw nobody. We slowly start to push up. We're still remaining in an overwatch position. And the IFABs come up. These small Mercedes Jeeps, and our weapons guys, our weapons company guys, the guys with the Mark 19s, the 50 cal, the 240s, were mounting on these little things.
Switch to Chrome to stay in sync across devices, so your tabs go everywhere you go. Fast, safe, yours. Get Chrome for Windows.
So annoying.
Take part in large-scale battles of War Thunder, an epic multiplayer action game with military vehicles. Tanks break through the enemy's defense line. Jet aircraft tear through the sky. The nuclear blast cloud looms on the horizon. Only in War Thunder will you find yourself in the heat of fierce battles using
Fuck you. Are you paying me?
And I remember they pushed up in an L shape to provide support, so the infantrymen can continue to push up and bound, as they were trained to do. Bound from one place to the next place, and we're gonna clear this village, this city. And then, like that, an IFAB just disappears, and it blew up, like literally, like right in front of us. And I was like, "Holy fuck, this is real!" Like I always knew it was real. I heard the stories. I saw the explosions. I fucking saw the holes in the bodies. But now I'm there in the thick of it. There's no chow time. There's no break. There's no pee break. This is it. And it's like maybe 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. The day has just begun. And that doesn't stop anybody. We push the fight. We continue to push. Now sporadic gunshots start happening. Now we have ground elements that are maneuvering. You know, now we're in this hustle and bustle. There was no martial law. There was no stability operations. This is a fight now, and still not to the full capacity of what was awaiting us in Fallujah. And at the time, to me, as a point man on a sniper team, I didn't think there was a lot of planning. I'm not saying I was a master planner back in the day, but I learned about phase lines later in life, and there was no phase lines during this. There was no limits of advance. There was no real plan. It was, hey, go here, move forward. It was kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall, see what stuck. And so we get tasked again. We're like, hey, you guys push forward, establish Overwatch. You guys push forward, relay back to us, and the grunts will push forward also. We're like, okay. So that's what we did. And now we're getting targeted. I find myself on another rooftop, and as a point man, I'm holding rear security, baby. I'm watching that door leading up to the stairwell. Not a fun job. My friends are shooting. They're engaging. They're seeing people with guns. You know, they're doing their job. And I'm like, watching this door. And then I realized watching this door became very interesting because I started to get shots all around my head. You know, pew, 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 hitting the wall. So I'm like ducking. I'm like, shit. So now I put that in perspective, like, yo, bro, you might be holding security in the rear, dude, but like, you can't just hold security in the rear. You got to hold security all over the place. You have to be observant. Is your head past that ledge? You know, what is your guys doing? Have you looked back to see what they're doing? And like, I'm learning all these things I've never learned in training.
Damn.
Shit that he's saying, I'm gonna run that shit back, bro. Real shit. You may be having a signed job, but you need
There's a
to
point,
focus
man.
on your whole surroundings
I'm holding
as
the
well as
wrist
your
steady, baby.
assigned job.
I'm watching that door leading up to the stairwell. Not a fun job. My friends are shooting. They're engaging. They're seeing people with guns. You know, they're doing their job. And I'm like, watching this door. And then I realized watching this door became very interesting because I started to get shots all around my head. You know, pew, 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 hitting
Alright,
the wall. So I'm
Mexico.
like ducking. I'm like,
Throwing your ass
shit.
into martial law too.
So now I
Keep
put that in
fucking
perspective,
playing.
like, yo, bro, you might be holding security in the rear, dude, but like, you can't just hold security in the rear. You got to hold security all over the place. You have to be observant. Is your head past that ledge? You know, what is your guys doing? Have you looked back to see what they're doing? And like, I'm learning all these things I've never learned in training.
Damn.
And not like I was not trained properly, but there's only one way to learn certain things, and you have to collectively put it together. That's why, you know, investing in training is extremely important. Well, back in the day, we trained the best we could with the funds we had and the knowledge and experience that we had. Well, you know, I can't tell you how many TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures came out of, and SOPs, standard operating procedures, came out of Fallujah alone.
Yeah.
Because tactics that you thought you were going to do, you were still doing this Cold War era tactics. Well, that shit does not work in an urban environment like that, where that has been waiting for you, waiting to dominate your soul, literally waiting to kill you. There was kill houses set up all over the place. There was tunnel systems. There was rat lines. There were loopholes. There were channel walls knocked down to basically shoot in one house, and they could run through all these other walls. So no overhead aerial platform was going to see them. You know, you weren't going to see these guys. You were going to hear shots, and they were going to disperse because you're fighting a guerrilla warfare. You're fighting a true adversary. And these people knew we were coming. They knew that the war was coming. They saw it with the 101st. They saw it with the Air Force. They knew that it was about to get fixed. So these dudes made their last stand. And they prepared that battlefield as such. Because at this point, they weren't really going, they were going the aspects of Fallujah. No one said, hey, we're clearing Fallujah. We're going to own it. This didn't happen up to this point until we got there. And that's what this mission was. That's what our overarching mission was, inherent resolve was to do, to take Fallujah. And we find ourselves maneuvering to another building, and it's probably like lunchtime. And there's this two-story building. It's kind of under construction, pretty incomplete. And you know, I go in there, see the two-story building. We clear the bottom deck. I work my way up the stairwell, go into the room. We secure it. We set up our hide site. And a hide site back then, being very mobile and agile as we were, our hide site really just meant depth. We needed depth. We'd stand off depth in the room. We weren't setting up blinds. We weren't doing any of that. These windows were unconstructed. Some of them were like massive. So we did the best we could with what we had. And so we got 2 M16s, 2 Berettas, and then 2 sniper rifles. That was all the weapons we had. 2 M16s, 2 pistols, and 2 sniper rifles.
Wow.
The snipers had sniper rifle and a pistol, and the radio operator and myself, we had the M16s. And around this time, it's still early in the day. You know, you hear some pop shots here and there, you hear some radio traffic, but nothing's really crazy. I mean, we saw some shit get blown up. That's crazy. But it wasn't this constant flow of craziness. It was a calm before the storm. Afternoon prayer happens. Once afternoon prayer happens, I'm by the window. That's where we had a radio set up at. And I see movement across the street on the rooftop. It was, I call it like it was like a muffler. It was like a car place. There was a bunch of like car bodies up top and like mufflers, and they were obviously doing like oil and shit at the bottom. You had the big cutouts. It was like a Pep Boys type.
It worked that time.
What I called it. I see these guys run across, armed dudes, and I get the heads up to my crew. Next thing you know, I find myself in a gunfight, and I'm on the left side of this window, and I'm engaging these 2 dudes with guns. They're shooting at us. And then we're just getting fucked up with machine gun fire. Like, it's just spraying down, like to the point where like we're not even engaging the window anymore. We're just gonna eat it. So we're backed off in the window, waiting to hear gaps and lulls in the fire so we can pop back out and engage. And how we started doing it was the radio operator, he would go shoot, and when he would go dry, that's when I would come in. We were playing that whole tag, you're it game. Meanwhile, the two snipers in my team, they're in the prone position on the ground, because when we're not actively engaging, very accurate sporadic fire is coming through our window, and it's like literally just like mowing on top of us. So if you stick your head up, you're done. And these guys are just like, oh shit, did you guys get them? Like they're kind of like laughing. They're like, fuck, they've been here, done that. They've been to the invasion of Iraq. They were in one of them was in Somalia, but it was real. It was a real deal. It was really happening, and we were not participating. We were it. And I remember going back behind the window. I reload another magazine, and as soon as I pop out to shoot, it all goes black. And I remember this this like profound exhale that came out of me, and I ended up on the ground.
God.
And that's when I had this out-of-body experience. At the time, I had no idea what happened. I thought I was dead.
If anybody's here, listen to this.
I could see, if you ever play a game, or if you ever seen a game where there's like a glitch where you can kind of see like a top-down view. I saw this top-down view of what was going on. I could see the fighters across the street. I could see my body. I could see my point man still shooting. I could see my other teammates on the ground. Like, what the fuck's going on? I just saw
You had a fucking out-of-body experience in the middle of combat?
Yeah.
How fucking crazy is that?
Shit. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. And what happened was, I see this fucking light. I see all these things going on. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking dead. And I just get sucked back into this life. And then I snap, and I'm in this fetal position. My body went to this fetal position. And I start to move. And I don't know if I was convulsing or if it was from my friend kicking me. He's kicking me with his foot. He's in the prone position. Just, hey, wake up. They're like, dude, we thought you were dead. We didn't see any blood. I'm like, what happened? I'm like crying and laughing at the same time. I have no idea what's going on. I got shot right in the helmet. And I didn't know this.
Brother.
And I'm completely out of it. Well, my body was down, fell at the radio, near the radio. They're like, get on the radio and call in support. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what's going on? You know, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. And they're like, get on the fucking radio and call for support. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I pick up this fucking handset. And I give like the worst radio transmissions ever. Every other word was break. Warhammer break. This is break. Grim Reaper break. We need break. I'm fucking out of it. And I get it out. I muster it out. I would call him like, hey, here's our fucking location. This is what's going on. And I'm getting broken comm. And we're still under fucking fire. Under attack. And so my team was like, we gotta get out of here. So we pack up the radio and we work our way downstairs. And I find myself with a radio operator holding, basically being a shield for him so he can set up the antenna, get communication, and we can get fucking contact. Because we're like, dude, shit's about to get real. And my team leader and my assistant team leader, they're cradling their sniper rifle and they got their pistol out. And I can see kind of the doorway of the building we're in, and then I see this window right in front of me as I'm like peeking out of this bathroom. And it's a very tall window, and I see this head, the top of this head, walk by. I see this turban and everything walk by. I'm like, fuck. Because this is the real fucking thing. So I'm like, fucking tell everyone, shut the fuck up. There's people coming. So my guy stops on the radio communication because it's loud as fuck. We didn't have the best radios and antennas back there, and we're in a concrete building. We're not in a favorable position to achieve communication superiority. And we're somewhat locked down, so we're not even in a true defensive posture. We're almost just waiting for it. And I see this shadow get bigger and bigger into this room. I couldn't see anymore because I wasn't peeking out anymore, but I just saw this shadow figure get bigger and bigger and bigger until this fucking man's face, this adult face, crests the corner, and I just jam my fucking gun into his face.
This is right after getting shot.
I fucking hit him. I'm looking at him. And I'm like, what the fuck do we do? And they're like, oh, he's trying to come in and fucking look at body counts. You know, he's a fucking spy. He's on the lookout. And I'm like, I'm still like semi-throwing up. I'm dizzy. I don't know what the fuck's going on still. I'm semi-conscious to this. But like, I'm trying to process a whole bunch of stuff. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that I need to give that my priority than my own feelings and concerns and thoughts and emotions. One person ends up turning into 7 people. People started to come to our house. No weapons. And we did not know what to do. And I'm like, I'm not going to fucking kill these people that have no guns. Like, at that point in time, I made that decision. Like, I'm not going to anyone can kill. And at a fucking young age, before I really learned what that life was about, they weren't a threat to me. And you can't just, I don't know, at the time I didn't do it. So it is what it was. But we didn't have any stuff to hog tie them. We didn't have anything to secure them. All we had was fucking our weapons on them. And we're like, dude, we are so fucked. We got to get the fuck out of here. Because they make a jump on us, we're done. Yeah, we'll take care of a few. But dude, we're outnumbered. Almost 2 to 1 at this point. Just males.
Won in Italy. Who won in Italy? Who won in Italy?
I'm like ushering them in. I'm grabbing them forcibly, bringing them in.
The fucking Nazis. Okay, well.
Tell people that these
we going war with Italy
here
soon.
And they have no idea what's going on. And my team was like, dude, we gotta make a bail for it. We gotta make a run for this thing. And our only option was to hit the road, skirt the fucking town, and just run until we made contact with friendlies. Because we're still getting fucking shot at. It's not as violent now. It's sporadic at this point. But now we have these guys come in and do quality checks. And we have no idea what they are, what they're about, what they represent, who they work for. It's just a lot of weird things are happening all at once. And so we work ourselves out of this house, and we just started to bound. And we just kept on bounding until we ran into an infantry squad. And we tell them what's going on. We're like, yo, dude, we're in this building over here. We got in contact from across the street. And they're like, oh, yeah, we heard that shit. So we showed up, and we just started fucking blasting both buildings. We didn't know anything. I'm like, not really putting 2 and 2 together. And I'm like, oh, y'all are blasting that fucking building too. They're like, oh, yeah, we're fucking blasting that building. We're blasting that building. And this is new, you know? They didn't know shit. We didn't know shit. Until we started to like piecemeal these stories together. At the time while that's taking place, I'm throwing up. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? I get a Motrin and a cigarette. And the doc looks me over, does that little eye sensory check, and he's like, okay. TBI wasn't a thing back then.
Yeah.
No one knew what that shit was. And as we're basically teaming up, sharing stories, they're telling us, oh yeah, so-and-so got shot through and through the ass. Well, little did we know his HOI4 deployment, he got shot through and through the ass again. So this is now the ass guy. So there's some laughter going on in this like very chaotic place, which is still kindergarten compared to the varsity that Fallujah was truly about. We're like 6-7 hours into the first day in this thing. It's nothing. It's all a cakewalk. And we get tasked that we're like, hey, Delta is doing a mission down the road. We need to go provide sniper support for them. We're providing basically a cordon for them, outer support. And I tell my assistant team leader, I'm like, dude, I'm fucking done, bro. He's like, suck it the fuck up. I'm like, roger that. So we go in this like baton death march to link up, to set up this outer cordon. And I am walking left and right. I'm dragging my fucking gun. He's like, pick up your fucking rifle. I'm like, dude, I am fucking trying. I'm toast at this point. I'm hitting all the dopamine, the adrenaline's wearing off, and like, I just got shot in the helmet. Hell, I don't even know who I got shot in the helmet by this point, and I don't feel good. I'm getting to the point where I'm physically incapable of actually performing my job. We set up the railroad tracks, and they're like, all right, you're good. We're here. And the next thing you know, I passed out. Passed out these railroad tracks. I remember Delta doing their mission. They're like, yeah, we're good, we appreciate it. They do their shit, obviously super fast, very calculated, very inspiring. And we're there on, escorted control, providing powder in his life. We're there for a little bit, waiting for the next tasking order. Because now we're probably 7 o'clock in the evening. We haven't accomplished shit. We haven't cleared through anything. We've reacted to stuff. And we come back to where we started at the very beginning of the phase line, and my commander is like, hey, I'm gonna send you back. I'm like, I don't want to fucking go. He's like, no, you're gonna go back and get checked out. I'm like, no, I'm gonna stay here with a team. He's like, listen, all we're doing is setting up mortars for the night, and then we're all pulling out in the morning. You have my word. I'm like, okay. So I go back, I get checked out. Eyes around the camper like this. Because now we're like, wait a second. We heard the stories. We saw the wounds. We hear the fucking explosions. Now we experienced it all. And, you know, half this unit is full of new guys. And even the old guys were like, fuck, this is intense. You know, even for this entry-level stuff that happened, this was nothing. Nothing. This was a drop in the bucket compared to the fucking storm that was coming. And so we're back in the rear. I get checked out. Basically, I was like, we had 2.5 weeks before we went back in the city. And this time the plan was to go back in the city and establish a stronghold. So my team was to support, 2 sniper teams were to support Echo Company, and Echo Company was going to be the anvil of the main element, the main effort. Basically meaning we were going to take over these few buildings, and the other companies, other companies in their battalion were going to start pushing fighters towards us. And so the thought process and the objective was, we'll go firm. We'll use all these adjacent units to basically just like push the hornet's nest into one, vector them into one area, to one kill zone, and then we'll do what must be done. And leading up to this, I'm like, no idea what to think. So we load up again, and this is when I see my first dead guy, like right in front of me. I pull out the Humvee and I'm eating strawberry applesauce. And I'm like, bro, I love to eat. And I'm definitely going to get my food in before I got to go do God knows what I got to do. And so I'm pulling up because the grunts came in, because at this point we've established overwatch across this bridge. The grunts go in, they clear the strongholds, they get in a fight, and they basically secure these objectives, the main element of this whole operation. And what we're doing is we're
pretty
just eating
strong.
rockets, we're eating mortars. I'm dealing with, you know, human shields. I'm dealing with calling in airstrikes. I'm doing all these things, fighting from an Amtrak basically. While all this is taking place. So this is a very quick evolution, but
if we send convoys on both sides and attack them, we'll shut down their rubber
link
supply.
up, and I'm shoving strawberry applesauce in my mouth. And then I see Frank the Fallujah.
Not Frank the Fallujah.
Bloated as shit. Guts and glory. And he was a fighter as the Marines pushed in to clear these strongholds. And I'm just like, looking at this fucking dude's brains. I'm like, I finish my food. I'll leave it in the fucking truck. I grab my pack, and I go inside. And it is just like a bunch of ants moving around. Grunts are good at 3 things: cleaning weapons, filling sandbags, and killing shit. And they are cleaning weapons and filling sandbags. That's the phase of life we're all in. Luckily for me, my sniper team, we make our way up to the rooftop, and I'm on Overwatch. And that's basically how I found myself into this next phase of fighting and combat, was this Overwatch aspect. And it changed. Everything fucking changed after that. April 26th, so exactly 30 days after I got dinged in the helmet. For weeks now, we're taking sniper fire from this one building. And at this point, we made so much noise. We were stacking so many bodies that we had to send patrols out to move the fucking bodies because there was interrupting our fields of fire.
Holy shit.
And there were so many bodies being stacked that the locals were driving up their ambulances and picking up bodies also. And our main fight was the sniper alley. And we would see fighters in black man jammas, running left to right. And they were pushing our max ranges for our max velocity for our sniper rifles. Our 308s were not fast enough to like see them on the right side to hit them on the left side. You know, we had no time to lead them in a very small window. So we were getting our paydays closer.
It's gonna happen.
So
did it work?
basically stopped shooting.
Yeah, sure did.
And or we would shoot and purposely harass them. We would miss. We would just let you know we're there. Because what we wanted to do is draw them in more. We wanted them to get comfortable and complacent. And so then we found out they were leaving telltale signs. They were leaving markings. They would leave rocks. They would have a runner that would come leave a rock by an edge and says, don't cross here. This is only for lookout. And they'd leave a can over here, and this is where you run. You know, because fighters, they're not on ICOMs at the time. They're not on iPhones chatting to everybody. They're getting a very small brief, and they're going to fight.
How'd you guys figure that out?
Observation.
How long did that take?
3 days.
3 days to figure out a rock is
Yep, because
a no-go and a can is go.
Because up to that point, we just looked at it as, at this point, we're looking at weeks, right? A couple weeks of what's happening. And then we're like, wait a second. They have a system in place that we're not seeing. So then we focus all of our efforts on specific observation. And it just kind of worked out that way.
But that's a good fucking pickup. Especially if you're talking, you're far enough away to where you can't kill these guys because the rounds aren't fast enough. They're too far away, and you're picking up cans and rocks. Is a go or no go?
Because when you're complacent, your enemy is complacent. You're a product of your environment. And the more harsh we were, the more fucking harsh these guys were.
Oh my god, China showed up.
Gray space we gave them, the more gray space they took advantage of. And so we just stopped. We changed it up a little bit. And we were like, hey, don't shoot. We let them fucking get some wins. Because I got an infantry platoon over here. They're gonna smoke these guys. But we don't wanna keep on smoking them right here. We want to figure out what the fuck's going on. And so
these motherfuckers, bro.
To our rooftops. And we just dial this shit in.
So real quick for the audience, a Mark 19 is a grenade launcher and basically a fully automatic
grenade launcher. Very heavy. Looks like a fucking turtle with a big old unicorn spout. And little eggs come out of it. And those eggs go boom. And the machine gunners got super smart. Machine gunners were like, oh, bro, we're doing this. So we're bringing Mark 19s up there. We're revectoring our machine guns on there. And we're just dealing death. And it was crazy. It was literally fish in the barrel almost. Because one guy would poke out here and 3 guys would run that way. One guy would poke here and then 2 guys would run this way. So now we're like, okay, you take the left side, this phase line, you take the right side, this phase line, and that's how we're picking up. So now instead of trying to like lead them, we're holding on these places. So as soon as we hear an audible or we see it in the peripheral, then that is our trigger to engage. Because now we have someone in observation that's seen the whole thing, a little further zoomed out. We have guys on these 10 power fixed Johnny Nerdle scopes from Vietnam with silk webbing, right? Old school fixed power, in an urban environment is not ideal. Very, very scary. At least I thought it was, because you're instantly tunnel vision, and when you're tunnel vision down a tunnel vision channel, that's even scarier. Because there's a bunch of doors and windows and moving things and all sorts of things happening, and like, you have to have your head in a swivel. That's why we worked really well as a team. It sucked to not be on the sniper rifle.
I was wondering, like, what the fuck was happening?
Observation was just important. Because it was a team thing, right? The only way we were going to win, the only way we were going to come out of this thing alive is we work together. And that's what I really enjoyed a lot about all that hell that we experienced. So we basically wrapped this up. We replaced our sniper rifles with machine guns, and the machine gunners, they took care of the rest. We had a new point of friction, was this house across the Jolan Cemetery. And this is a really big cemetery, very ancient looking. And across the cemetery was a mosque, and right to the right of the mosque was this building with a blue satellite dish on top. This blue satellite dish house, we were always receiving pretty effective sniper fire from. And our commander, and at this time, we're in so much shit. We're calling in airstrikes on a nightly basis to the point where our whole house, Spooky was really big back in the day, Spooky, the C-130 gunship, just, our house was yawing. So much danger close fucking fire missions happening. One
Australia.
40 Mike, fucking you name it, it was happening. If it could come out of the sky and out of a plane and kill shit, it was coming. And that's how I attribute I could sleep through anything right now. Because you had to, like, you couldn't always fight. Every time there was a fight going on, you could run up, grab your shit, run to the rooftop, but you have to be smarter because the fight's going to continue tomorrow. And that's where that discipline of the warrior comes in, where, you know, it's if I'm needed, they will call me. You know, and that's hard to do because you want to be involved, you want to participate, but fuck, man, you can't run yourself ragged. You're in a deployment for 6 months. We've been here 4 weeks. There's a lot of shit. If this is 4 weeks into this thing, I couldn't imagine what many more months is going to be like. And so we draw so much attention, like making headlines. Delta shows up to our position, and they're like, "Hey, we heard you guys were in the shit," and we're like, "Every fucking day." And they're like, "Well, hopefully we can help." They brought a bunch of experimental shit out there. They were a sniper element, and so it was super cool to like be around these guys and see a completely version of professionalism. It's different aspect, different mindset of everything, and working alongside them. We're sharing hide sites together. We're sharing bunkers together. They're fucking teaching us how to shoot their 300 Win Mag, teaching us how to use their fucking, they had the horse vision back in the day, you know, like all these reticle options and optics, and just learning so much information. And these dudes were down to earth. And we were kids. These are fucking men. These are old. That was an older breed back then. We're like 18, 19-year-old fucking googly eyes, like, "Oh my God, look at their gear. Their gear's so cool." And listen to their stories. Well, now that we had them with us, our commander's like, you ever heard the name Doug Zembiec?
No, I haven't.
Major Zembiec he was a man amongst men, right? He was called the Lion of Fallujah. Before we went into the city, he stood upon a tank, and he said that the dogs of Fallujah will go fat off of feasting up the dead bodies we laid to waste. And that's exactly what happened. I actually have a dog with a hand in its mouth on my kneecap from that deployment. There were so many bodies that they weren't whole after a couple days. Legs, limbs, chunks were missing. You just see dogs running with fucking arms in their mouth, and you're desensitized. And you're like, you can't even make this shit up. And then so we start dropping bodies. Now there's bodies coming up from the fucking graves, and you're just like, this is hell. And around this time, we started getting filled at ACOGs. So now everyone is pretty outfitted with ACOGs. At this point in time, there's a lot of casualties that are taking place. So now even our corpsmen have M16s, because before the corpsmen had pistols in fucking Fallujah.
Holy shit.
I still have the same helmet that's got a fucking hole in it. And, you know, what's his name? Maddox. General Maddox. Before we went to the city again, I was holding security on this fucking bridge, and he's like, I was a big deal. I was like one of the very few cases that got shot in the helmet and lived. He had me come over there. He's like, "Let me see this fucking helmet." I'm fucking little kid wearing this helmet still that's completely useless now. It has zero stoppage capability, but I'm wearing it, so I got. And he's like, he says something witty and told me to get back to my fighting position. And so I got this fucking helmet. I got all these doubts, these fears, these unknowns, these things, because my whole life has changed in a matter of months. My experiences, my outlooks, my perspective, the realities. I mean, fuck, I just got shot in the helmet on day one in the city, and I'm dodging bullets every day. So I'm constantly battling that fear of, don't be a bitch. You know, I was to the point where, like, dude, you have to just keep on moving. You can't stop and worry about you're gonna get shot in the fucking head again. So I started to expose a little bit more of my body here and there to give myself an option, give myself a chance, because I was still dealing with that shit. And our Doug Zembiec, he's like, "Hey, I want to do a sniper kill mission. We have Delta here. I want you guys to go there and fucking stack bodies." That was his main mission. That was it. It was the simplest fucking mission I've ever given in my life. And so obviously with the grunts' help, we roll out super early. The assault men launch a rocket through this fence, and we take over this fucking house. No conflict. Back in the day, you had 7 Bravos, which were not that great. You know, it's
Oh,
2
what
in
the
one,
fuck?
Big old Pec 15s.
Nah,
big
not the
ass
tranny. We
laser,
gotta get a new one
these
in
big
here.
old muskets, these Civil War
You can't have the
muskets
fucking
that
tranny.
weren't very conducive for a CQB environment. And pitch black. And you're just
fuck?
making all the ruckus. There is no sound discipline because you can't even see where you're walking. So you know they had those metal doors that were really flimsy.
Yeah.
We were hitting those, and they had them on steps. They had early warning devices everywhere. And we're like, bro, this house was set up for success. So when they're upstairs shooting, you have to make a ruckus to go get them. But granted, this house was empty by the time we're there. But what we found there in this house confirmed all our suspicions. A big spider hole. Big loophole, done extremely well, very professional. You know, small to big, done like textbook. Gave them all the angles they needed, and the window they were burning was exactly to our house. And we could see the rooftop line. We could see Marine's head bobble here and there. We had to use some planks and ladders to cross to get to other rooftops on our strongholds, and you can just see them move. And how we didn't take more casualties, I'm fucking grateful. But like they had a great fucking vantage spot on us. Chest rigs, weapon cache, everything was in this house. Basically, you show up there, you fight, you move on, you go back to your family for fucking tea time. And so
We're gonna try to liberate the whole world as Western.
Like, hey,
That's the goal here,
I got a
baby.
weird feeling from this one. I'm gonna go back support from the stronghold because we had 2 other sniper teams back there with the other grunt platoon. And so we go up to the rooftop. I make my loophole. I set my team leader up for success. I build him a fucking stand for his shit. You know, some mattresses and pillows. I chisel out his loophole. I get observation up, and it's hot as fuck. We got machine gunners up there. We got grenadiers up there. Grenade launcher guys. Grenade launchers. All of our sniper ammunition is up there. All my crypto is up there in my day pack. And my night vision, everything. And my team leader's like, hey, it's really hot. How about you and the radio operator, how about you guys go down and take a fucking hour? If we need you, we'll come get you. If not, come back in an hour and replace us. We're like, okay. So I'm like, hey, do you want my rifle? And he's like, no, you might need that. The radio operator gave his rifle to my ATL because he's like, fuck yeah, I'll take this. We go downstairs to this big like mattress room. You remember those like big family rooms where there's mattresses up to the wall?
Yeah.
We're in this room. My rifle's next to the door. The grunts have the same.
I'll turn you into nothing, John. Your influence will be nothing.
Different floors, and they have other half their element at our stronghold position. They're communicating. They're doing observation. They're participating. Silence. And I light up this fucking cigarette, and I'm just smoking and joking with my friend. We're talking about some dumb shit. I don't even fucking know what it was. And then the fucking house starts to fucking shake. And we started to get a volley of RPGs and grenades and machine gun fire, fucking all simultaneous. The room that I was in, I was sitting next to this window, and across from this window was another fucking building with a window there. And machine gun fire just blasts our fucking window. And I find myself again in the prone position saying, what the fuck? And it's loud. It's dusty, and it's fucking scary because then the screams started coming. And then the yelling started to happen. And then the fucking fire inside started to fucking occur, like machine gun fire picking up the grenade, like everything was happening all at once. At the same time, we had this complex ambush. Basically, they set us up. The adjacent house wasn't fucking clear as it was thought to be cleared. And have you ever seen that footage where there's like a fucking bunch of people coming on ISR feed, and there's like this pilot that drops a bomb? Remember that footage from back in the day?
Yeah.
That was us.
No shit.
That was this day. And so we are low crawling. I get to the fucking door. I grab my fucking rifle, and I see fear. I see people freeze. I see people fucking shake. I see fucking blood. And I see straight like, but no cowardness. I just see what fucking brutality brings. And you hear, we need a stretcher, corpsman, medic. We hear all these things. We're taking fucking casualties upon casualties. Doors are getting knocked down to provide gurneys for people. But here's the kicker. We can't get out. We're pinned the fuck down. We got guys jumping on a rooftop. We got guys fucking running to her front door. We got dudes trying to jump into her fucking windows. Pistols were running dry, killing people that day. And we
That's
were literally
crazy.
going Winchester on ammunition. We're running out of ammunition. On the rooftop, as my friend and I make it out of this room, and we kind of see what's going
Nobody
on.
fought with me.
We see them just fucking bloody and mangled. My friend, he's a machine gunner, comes down. His fucking arm is gone. Another dude, his leg comes down. He's fucking got cheese. My team leader, my ATL, they're fucked up. They ate all sorts of grenades. And you just hear screaming, and you hear support, you hear help, and you just hear the volleys continue. And it's fucking traumatizing. You're like, you can't even imagine what something like that is. You can't even comprehend what something like that is. And hearing the story, it doesn't even seem real. And it just was never ending. And the only way we were staying alive was what was happening on the rooftop. And at this point in time, so many grenades and rockets hit our rooftop, our ammunition is gone. Our fucking 240 is destroyed. Our fucking grenades are fucking exploding up there because there's just a mass fucking fire.
Why would y'all leave all the fucking ammunition in one spot?
We got guys
just on the roof at that.
Getting fucking
asking for that to happen.
It's just happening, and it's happening right now.
Jesus fucking Christ.
They're like, we need support up there. And I remember hearing one of my good friends, he befriended me. He was a machine gunner. His name was Aaron Austin. They're like, Aaron's hit. We need to get him down. And so I run up there, and I see my fucking friend, white as fuck, and he's fading very fast. And everything stops. And it's just that Saving Private Ryan scene where just hell is breaking loose, but you hear no sounds. You're just looking the fuck around. We're taking fire from the minaret. So they got the elevation on us. We're taking fire from adjacent buildings. We're taking fucking grenades from various floors. Like we're tossing grenades back. We're literally surviving. We're not even fighting. We're surviving. And we can't make a fucking run for it because we're fucking pinned down up front. So we're calling in airstrikes. We're calling in
nuking the fucking Vatican.
We're calling in medevacs. And we're told that our medevacs aren't coming. Because at the time, we're in the shit. We're in the OK Corral. So our command is doing battlefield circulations. So they're going around and see what's going on.
Gotta wait till my troops get out of the Vatican first.
My fucking friend shot multiple times. And we fight. We do what we gotta do. The fella downstairs that I saw freezed up, I saw him on the fucking rooftop fighting next to me moments later. And then I see my friend, and we carry him down, and one of the medics from Delta, he like jams him in an IV. And my radio operator and I, we're at this fucking point now where the Abrams pulled up, the tanks pulled up, and they're outside of our house just getting fucked up. They're just so we can make the Mogadishu Mile run back home. Cobras in the overhead. By this time, the minaret's fucking toast. You know, those things had like the mosque were off limits. But it was fucking gone. Rockets were exploding everywhere, and all we're just getting told is we gotta get the fuck out of here. And we just start fucking exfilling bodies now that the tanks are here. And so the Delta medic, myself, and my radio operator, we're basically like iron crossing my friend Aaron, like doing this fucking mile, this run for our fucking lives back to our stronghold, and everyone's bounding. My commander's fucking shot. One of the Delta guys, his fucking carbine was shot, so he's got a fucking pistol. He was shot in the fucking ear. My company commander, he was fucking shot in the dick protector. Like,
not the
bloody.
dick protector.
Dudes are fucking dead. And we get back, and the fight continues. It doesn't end. It doesn't end till it does, to the point we ran out of sniper ammo. And one of the guys from the infantry, because now my platoon commander, my team leader is fucking out of commission. My ATL, both my snipers are out of commission. And so I took his rifle, and I went to the rooftop, and I started getting to work. Well, I ran out of ammo very quickly, because all I had was in his gun, and he didn't fire any shots. So you're not going to fire fire shots in a fight like that. Not from a sniper rifle. Not from a bolt gun, at least. And the grunts that weren't supporting the fight, they're delinking 7.62 rounds to feed me, so I can fucking put them inside. And every now and then I get a fucking tracer that I can see, so I know I'm not shooting match grade ammo. I'm shooting fucking machine gun ammo, which is designed to graze. And I'm just working with what I got. And I'm fucking crying, and I'm sad, and I'm still fighting. Everyone's fucking fighting, and it ends that night. And these Delta guys say, like, dude, we have never. And I was on a team. These guys, one of them was on the team that got Saddam. You know, one of them was on the team that killed Uday. He was the one that killed Uday. And these fucking guys are telling me, dude, I've never, ever been in anything like this. And my mind is fucking blown. I'm
This
like, how
Delta
many
6
Titans
guy
have
is saying
never
this.
experienced shit before? They were doing different missions. Very violent, very dangerous. Different. And that night they fly out because they're still conducting combat operations. Their little birds are coming in. And the medic, he gives me his fucking patch. Because Aaron, I found out, died like just outside the mech, like 5 minutes outside the mech, because we're waiting on the resupply to happen. We're waiting on the vehicles to show up. But my battalion commander and my sergeant major wanted to go get in the mix. They're holding up assets. And to hear my fucking
everywhere
friend
I
dies
could add a
5
fucking-
fucking minutes from like a roll 1 unit where there's a real medical facility there. It fucking sucked.
Yeah.
And then I started getting introduced to the chaplain. And then they would come, they'd say some prayer shit. We'd do like a little ceremony for our brothers in arms. And that became a constant fucking thing. That was like a repeating cycle that never ended, that deployment. I'm always seeing the fucking chaplain. The chaplain's always coming, someone's always dying. You know, IEDs weren't a really big thing back then. But vehicle-borne IEDs were. Suicide vest and suicide-led vehicle-borne IEDs were a really big thing at the time. Squad gone. This fucking fire team gone. And then you hear stories of your friends that you went to boot camp with, the School of Infantry with, that are in Ramadi, that are fighting for their life at the same time that you're fighting for your life in Fallujah, just to find out half those fucking dudes are dead. Most of my friends that I had in boot camp and School of Infantry fucking gone, dead as shit. And I became empty. And this was it. This is what no one knew. You know, you could train for the fight, but no one trains to fucking lose their soul. No one trains to fucking feel empty. No one trains to.
Come on, man.
You can't train for what must be done. You only must
Streaming
when the opportunity and the situation presents itself. And I had never seen so much heroism come from a group of men in my entire life. These dudes were dads. They were fathers and brothers. They were young men. They were leaders. These dudes had dreams. These dudes were on their last deployment, getting ready to roll out. Half those dudes didn't fucking make it. And I get it, it's war, what do you expect? But what the fuck do you expect? And, you know, this deployment went on, these conflicts went on, I mean, to the point where we are getting combat replacements. To the point where our cooks are on missions. Our fire bases are fucking empty. Because we're sending everyone out there. And I remember one particular day, I'm still out there in the stronghold position, and our first sergeant comes up, and he's like, hey, when's the last time you called home? I'm like, I don't fucking know. And he's like, here, call home. You have 5 minutes. I'm like, okay. So I pick up the sat phone, and I call home. And I'm like, hey, Mom. She's like, hey, who's this? Well, I found out why I wasn't getting fucking letters. Why I wasn't getting fucking mail. Because somehow I got put on the KIA list when I got shot in the helmet a month prior.
Oh my
And
god.
that phone call made it to my family. So my parents thought I was fucking dead. But they never got a follow-up phone call with, where's your ceremony? You know, what's the next fucking step? My parents thought I was fucking dead.
For a month?
For a month. And I was like, fuck, dude, I put these motherfuckers through that shit too? Are you serious? And I'm like waving it off, you know. I'm emotional now because I'm grateful to be alive, but at the time I was just surviving, so I was just happy that I had a cigarette that day and had a cold coffee that I made. You know, my little MRE package. I was happy with the simple shit. The beef jerky that my friend shared that he got sent from home because his family is avid hunters. And then I hear that they thought it was fucking dead. I was just like, you can't make this up. But it happened. And that just introduced me to war that was the standard for the rest of my life. I ended up, that deployment was pretty hectic. We switched from staying in the city to rolling missions on the outside, doing remain behind missions, doing a lot more shit, seeing a lot of bad leadership, a lot of bad tactics, a lot of fucking egos, costing men their fucking lives. And I saw a lot of standards of what I wasn't going to accept or allow. Even from my team, my team leader was a turd. He sucked. He was horrible. So I learned a lot from all this hell. I learned a lot of what right looks like, what bad looks like, what's good, what's not good, and I was able to form what kind of leader and Marine do I want to be? Because I saw it all there. I saw some in the rear, but you never see someone's true colors like you do when they're faced with adversity. And this adversity was costing motherfuckers their lives. And so I'd say that's the best kind of adversity that you can pick and pull tangible things from. And so all the younger guys in that platoon, to include myself, we ended up leaving 30 days early from that deployment to all go to sniper school. And missions were dying down, and to be honest, I was so fucking stoked. I'm like, dude, I might make it out of this motherfucker alive. And that's what I did. I made it out that bitch. And so did the rest of my team. Missions definitely slowed down. That's how we were afforded to start sending guys back home. Because we took so many combat replacements that were just dying on the regular. It was a scene straight from like Band of Brothers where like, I don't even want to know your name. You're not going to be here long.
Jesus.
These motherfuckers would be at these patrol bases, minding their own business, eating at MRE, telling us what the civilian life is like because they got reactivated. Mortar rounds landing in their fucking lap. Taking a shit, fucking dead. Sitting outside smoking a cigarette, dead, telling us about his fucking kid. And it was just nonstop death. And it was nonstop fucking chaplains. It was nonstop memorial services. It was nonstop helmets on rifles. It was nonstop. It was the same shit on repeat. And I asked myself, like, what the fuck is this for? We didn't clear that fucking city. We had strongholds that we pulled out of. I remember being on these fucking rooftops that we fucking bled and sweat on, and they're telling us that we're pulling out. And it was a glorious moment to hear those words, because you're like, I might fucking survive. But then it was like, what the fuck was all this worth? They're like, hey, we're leaving this position, we're pulling back to base, and we're gonna start doing these other things. It was very vague, it wasn't as in detailed as that, but that was the main gist. So we're slashing sandbags. What we called home for months, we're slashing sandbags. We're emptying it out. We're breaking everything that could be used against us. Anything that we use to fortify position for us, we're fucking destroying it. Just to be told, hey, the trucks aren't coming. 72 more hours. And we're like, fuck you. We have no morale. We have no nothing. We have nothing. And so we stayed there and we fought for 72 more hours. Not as bad, not as crazy as it was previously. Because after that day of being ambushed and after a lot of bombs were dropped, it changed a little bit. They learned that they're going to get fucked up if they fight in the cities, and their best tactic is to go back to guerrilla-style tactics, hit and run shit, and not fighting the bull head-on. Which obviously makes complete sense. So they started to fuck up surrounding villages. They started to fuck up surrounding citizens, civilians. They started to terrorize, do exactly what they were there to do. And so I get this call, hey, you guys are going back home to go to sniper school, and I was like stoked, because I'm like, dude, I'm getting to like in this chapter of my life, I'm getting to live, and I'm getting to go do something that I came here to do in the first place. that's what closed out that chapter, but not before more deaths. You know, more fucking vehicle IEDs, kamikazes, just ripping apart a 7-ton, killing 7 fucking people, and you're just like, and it was calmer. But it was just so natural to fucking happen there. It was just disgusting. You're over it. I wanted to go home. I was fucking done. So I find myself home, on base. I just get back. I feel fucking empty. There's signs at the airport, thank y'all, you know, insert typical support shit. And I had no pulse for any of it. No one was there to meet me, no family, no girlfriend, no nobody. Me and my buddies, we get bussed back to our command. We get sent back to the same shitty flat tops that we left from. Condemned building, rats the size of your feet, water that's toxic and poisonous. And that night was a night that the nearby camp, the artillery camp, does their fire missions. Their quarterly, monthly, whatever fire missions. We're doing Illume missions for training. And I remember being grateful that I'm back at home, and then I just hear these fucking 105s go off, and I roll underneath my rack. And I just like ponder what I just went through. And I had to remind myself that I'm home, and that this shit was just, this is what it was, this is normal. You know, they shoot fucking artillery. That's what they do, but I forgot. Because when that shit happened there, you take cover. Because you think you're smoking a cigarette in your food, but really what's happening is you're a fucking target about to get vaporized, you don't even know it. And so, I kind of started looking at things completely different. You know, I looked at things completely different when I got shot in the helmet. I'm like, holy fuck, I just died, or at least I felt like I died, and I came back, I had the second chance. And then I kept on pushing that cat of 9 lives, this whole deployment, just to come back to hide underneath the bed when I hear this explosion happen. But that's the price you pay, I think. You know, that's what's required. You know, sacrifices are required for things that you want. I didn't ask for those sacrifices, but those were the cards that I was dealt. And you know, I found myself going to sniper school, fucking crushed it. I was trained. My platoon trained me extremely well. And we went there with this, like, we were those guys. People knew all about us. People knew that we stacked bodies. They knew that half the sniper instructors came from my sniper platoon. They were senior guys doing their school time. And so we had a shit ton of snipers. We had so much experience. So we went to sniper school humble and eager, but fine-tuning things. You know, it wasn't something new. I lived that life. And to professionally learn it all, to learn the things I didn't know, it was really just, I found myself checking the boxes because I got first-hand experience on how to do all this hard shit. So I went to sniper school to suffer. I went there to suffer and to graduate. I got educated in some things. Mission planning was a big one. We did a lot of more in-depth mission planning than I did. 5-paragraph orders were really big back in the day where you're handwriting 50 fucking plus pages for a mission. I'm carrying 1 tube of green cami paint. You know, like, Nat's ass detail. I learned a lot of that. Sniper school was just fun. Because I was alive. And I was getting to do the cool shit that I didn't get to do. I was stalking, ghillie suit breaking. I was doing all the things that I really didn't get to do overseas. So I got educated, and I got to participate in things that were challenging, overwhelming, and helped forge me into an even better sniper. I had a lot of experience. I had a lot of training, informal training, and the experience now I had the formal aspect that just fucking propelled me. Because I realized that anyone can shoot fucking good. But now it's about getting missions. Now it's about, are you the best team? Are you the best sniper, right? Because, like I said, anyone can shoot. You can train a monkey to shoot. But you can't train a monkey to use his mind. Mission plan, brief with confidence, know what the fuck's going on, tell your people what's going on, inspect what you expect. You know, all these aspects that I was gaining, and I was taking all these invaluable lessons and turning them into wisdom. So all that hell that I fucking went through and all my homies went through, because we all were there together, we're now taking those aspects and like, this is who we want to be. And we're molding ourselves as we go along. So the mindset from the high school, the mindset from getting my ass kicked, the mindset from, you know, boot camp and school of infantry and then my deployments, all these things, it's just all stacking up. And it's all kind of coming together now. And that's kind of what I realized. You know, life, or at least the military, is just a series of events. It's up to you to determine what's wisdom, what's logic. It's up to you to determine if it's good or bad. It's up to you to really put thought and effort into the life that you're experiencing, or you can just exist in it and be in pain, be in hell, not change your life, change your situation. And you know, being in that sniper platoon, that's all about that. So I go to sniper platoon, I go to sniper school, I graduate. Great. I take out another now I'm back with the same battalion. Now I'm going to Operation Steel Curtain. You heard of that one?
No, I haven't.
This is a 2005 time frame. Steel Curtain was where we went through, like, I swear it was like 5 or 6 cities. Big fucking pushes, big missions. This was like a big fucking ordeal. Didn't know it at the time. Did not know it. But this time I'm on a MEU. So now I'm training with force reconnaissance guys. I'm a sniper team for them. I'm super excited because that's just my natural progression. I want to go to force reconnaissance after this. Like, that's just all these different tiers, these different elevations of things to change and to get uncomfortable with. So we're on this MEU, on these boats, this MEU, Marine Expeditionary Unit. So I'm on this LHA-1. Don't even ask me what the fuck that means. It was a big deck. It had like a carriers. It wasn't a carrier, but it had like a top for like planes and shit to fly off. It wasn't like the big carrier boat. Maybe a mid-size. They're all massive. And we're floating over. We hit like Hawaii. We hit Australia, do some training. We hit the Singapore. All these things. Hong Kong. All these great things. Get back to Kuwait. Convoy to Iraq. Now I'm in Iraq. I'm telling my younger guys, I'm like, bro, I got the Fallujah mindset. Everything's a fucking threat. Everything's dangerous. And it was completely different. It was all different. And our mission was kind of different. I realized what the true force and power of a mobilization unit can do.
You fucking pussy. It's
pushing
okay,
people
little
to one
dog.
place, you
It's
say,
okay,
I'm
little
going to
doggy.
clear this fucking city. I'm going to clear it, and that's what you put your might behind. Oh, you clear shit. And our MEU, our 13th MEU, was the main effort again. The main effort switched companies, switched roles. So last rotation it was this company, this rotation's this company. But you know, I found myself doing different missions that I wasn't doing before. I was clearing landmines or landfills by myself with my team because we had no EOD guys. I'm fucking throwing day packs with water bottles and rocks with 550 cord attached to them and slowly pulling them. Because I had to mark a route for the battalion to come through. That was our job. Push ahead, gain eyes on the objective area, report back. Well, as I'm pushing back, we had all these reports that, you know, all these different cities had different fucking minefields, landmines, all these things around. And there's like 2 EOD guys, 2 bomb guys for like a regiment. So like thousands of people, there's only 2 dudes. So like back in the day, if you found an unexploded ordnance or an IED, you stopped and you were on a knee for a very long time. Sometimes days. Because you never knew what one bomb was going to do. And it was never that one that you see that gets you. It's the fucking daisy chain that you have no idea about. That's 3 stacks back and 3 stacks in front of you. You saw what they wanted you to see. And so clearly we held a lot of operations. Well, for this particular operation, we had a timeline associated with it. And I think our first city we go through was this place called Useva. It was right outside the 440 district near, maybe it was Karbala. I don't even know. They're all the same to me. But I just told like, hey, Cody, come in here. My team leader talks to me. He gives me this like fucking dad talk. He's like, I need you to clear this minefield. I'm like, what do you mean clear a minefield? He's like, I need your team to mark a route so the battalion can push through it.
It's okay.
I'm like, how the fuck do you want me to do that? I have nothing. And they were talking about using like the grappling hook. You shoot like the 22 cartridge out your M16. I'm like, you want me to shoot a grappling hook at nighttime in bad guys' territory to scrape it? You think that's the best idea? My team's gonna get fucking murdered. And so the next best option was, let's be as quiet as possible and we'll just use a bag. So we did. I took my Eagle day pack, shoved water bottles and rocks in that motherfucker where it was manageable, towed a fucking line to it, toss it out, and I pull it back. And we would run lanes that way. We create a wide berth, and we would mark IR lights. And we'd start marking fucking routes to the release point. And I remember linking up. I was supposed to link up with a reconnaissance platoon that was out there to get a data dump from them, what's going on in the battlefield. And we were supposed to move up to find hide sites, observation sites, so when the battalion comes in, we can provide accurate precision sniper fire and reporting at the same time. I'm also tasked with finding routes and lanes to send tanks and fucking packs through. There's a lot of I'm 19 years old at this point. I had a fuck ton of responsibility. All of us have a shit ton of responsibility. And I remember my team all night, we were in and out of a ditch, reporting back, setting up comms, reporting back what we saw, setting the stage. And multiple times that night, my team walked through this one path that we thought would be a good route. We walked it multiple times. The recon platoon walked it multiple times. We deemed it safe. We fucking mark it. The next morning, the battalion landing team, the BLT, comes in. Abrams, fucking Cobras, LAR, troops. And my company commander that I'm supporting, his name is Ray Mendoza. Huge, just D1 football player, whatever that is called, and collegiate football. There was that guy, dude. He was dude was a titan. And the company rotation before that, he was my headquarters company commander, and still a savage. And now he's in the infantry. He's an infantry company commander, and he's the main effort. This dude had to be like 360 pounds with kit on. Dude was massive. He was big. I'm in my Overwatch position. I have my smock on. I'm like blending into my background. I'm in my glass. And I see the tanks and the troops come in. And there's Ray leading the pack. Leading from the front like a real fucking leader. Ray fucking disappeared moments later. He hit a fucking anti-tank mine. And the only thing, through a route that we were on, and the only thing that we could think of was that we weren't heavy enough to set it off.
Damn.
And I questioned everything up to that point. I'm like, did I fucking not do my job? And that just reminded me, like, no matter what you fucking do when you play with fire, someone is going to get burned. I can't tell you how many times on the deployment, multiple cities, I'm watching intersections all night. Thermals, my team's recon platoon, we're all watching it. Just to see IEDs blow up on it the next day. I was almost convinced that insurgents were turning into fucking dogs and crawling around on fours to plant fucking IEDs because I could not figure out how it was happening. And the only thing that really was there, they were probably just already laid. I mean, it's apparent. A big military force is going to come and sweep in, so let's just backstack everything and fuck these dudes up. And I was psychologically getting fucked up because I was just seeing, no matter how hard you try to preserve life, you can't control shit. And you don't control a motherfucking thing. You can have all the guns, you can have all the security, you don't control anything. You think you do. You want to believe you do, but you don't control any of it. And that's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing your job. And you take pride in your job to the point where you're risking your fucking life. And to see something like that happen boggles my mind. And so this whole deployment, we're just clearing city after city to the point where when we're done with one city, we're getting back in our Humvees and we're driving back to this big base we're staged out of. Hours away. Just want to eat food. We're dirty as fuck. We're battered. Just to come find out we're getting yelled at. We can't eat in the fucking chow hall because there's some douchebag telling us that we don't have our cover on, our hat, or our uniform is dirty, so we can't go into his chow hall to eat. And the fuckery that can come from war, I should write a book just on that. Because it's unbelievable, and you know this. You can't even make it up. There was multiple wars going on out there, and not everyone was in the same war I was in.
Yeah.
And so just another layer of perspective, another layer of just like, you got to be kidding me. I just scooped my fucking friend's teeth up off the fucking ground. I can't eat in this chow hall. Are you serious? I got yelled at because I was fucking bloody. My sleeves were rolled up. I was covered in head to toe in fucking blood. My rifle was fucking stained red from enemies' blood, my friend's blood, and my camis were going over my fucking hands because I'm just wet. I'm sweating and I'm just fucking all wet in blood. And I roll my shit up. My boots are unbloused. My boots are bloody. Everything about me is bloody. And I get fucking corrected because I was told to unroll my sleeves and to blouse my pants. And to be told that my friend, I'm like, is he gonna get put in for an award? Well, it won't be this because that's reserved for staff and COs and higher. And I'm trying to make reason of the hell I just experienced and all my friends just experienced, and most of them died and some of them lived. And then there's this other war, this other reality that's happening right now that I'm clearly not tuned into because it is not the one that I'm currently located at. And so I learned early on in my military career that there's endless perspectives and realities out there. And war is only fucking war to those who fucking claim it. And not everyone claimed that shit. They wanted to be part of it. They wanted the accolades, but they weren't about war. They weren't about what the fucking true cause and the toll was, the fee to even show up for that place was. They weren't about that life. They lived in another la la land. And that's hard on morale when you try to put perspective into your life. You're like, what am I doing here? I have fucking goal. I want to be a doctor one day. I want to read a book. I want to do this. I want to do that. And you're thinking you're not even gonna make it to the next fucking mill. And if you do make it to the next mill, the chance of you doing that with ease is probably not gonna be likely because there's someone out there that lives in a different alternative perspective and reality than you do. And we finished out that rotation, just back-to-back cities, back-to-back cities, back-to-back fucking cities. It was never ending. But it was a part of history. There will never be another, I'm sure of it, there will never be another, or at least in the global war on terrorism, there was never a Fallujah, Battle of Fallujah. There was never another Operation Steel Curtain that took place. These things were iconic at best, and to survive those things, but more importantly to survive, because I have a lot of friends that survived that took their lives later down the road. So they didn't really survive it, they suffered through it, and they struggled through it. But to survive and extract that wisdom from those pain points, that's what I started to see in all the hell I was living. That's not how I justified loss of life, but that's what I started to, I can say, fuck this, fuck them, I'm a victim, or I can be like, what can I take away from this? What lesson do I have from all this hardship? What lesson do I have from this stupidity? How can I apply that to be a better person? How can I apply that to be a better fucking leader? How can I treat my men when I have a chance to be up top? How can I be better for them? How can I make sure that they know that I give a fuck about them, that I'm here to support them, and it's not the other way around, that I will lie, cheat, and steal to get them the awards and recognitions they need, not bend over backwards and crumble because I'm looking out for my own neck. I learned so much that this generation probably doesn't have that opportunity to do so.
Yeah, they do.
And that deployment fucked me up too. I was me and a bunch of guys, we were, you know what a miklet is?
No.
Miklet, if I'm saying this correctly, my memory serves me correctly, it's a pod. It's a backpack pod. And you use it for clearing operations. So you take off this backpack, this miklet pod, and it shoots this like rocket out, this projectile out, and it's a string of deck cord essentially. And you're just clearing routes. You're clearing lanes for tracks, for troops, for fucking everything. And they are APODs. I think that's what they were called, APODs. And they're loud. And if you're 50 meters, 100 meters behind them, they'll make you fucking throw up. And so I found myself in the last city that we would hit during this whole entire campaign. It was Karbala. And it was right next to the Euphrates. And there was this palm grove that we needed to clear through. And it was laced with IEDs. So the reporting happened. So the reporting was said. And this is when I started to understand very little about TBI, because I didn't really have the residual effects from my, a year, not even a year prior to deployment experience. But this time, I'm like getting really rocked. We're just getting the wavelengths. We're just seeing the whiplash, the shock waves of all these rockets happening, and we're fucking dumb. We don't know any different. We're standing behind it, ready to push the fight. These things go off, we run forward. And then we do this. We do this more and more and more. We do this. This is a continuous thing. And we're just eating it for hours. And that's when something shifted in me. I didn't know it at the time, but that's when it really started to, this toll of like war fighting started to fuck me up. And we finished this mission. We finished this deployment. I get back home and I'm on the boat heading back home, and I could not wait to get back on the ship, because if I got back on the ship, I was gonna fucking live. My team was gonna live. We were safe. And I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of this platoon. I wanted more. I wanted a different mindset. Some of my newer guys I wasn't driving with, the mindset of the battalion, of the vision of the sniper platoon, the sniper community, all these things were happening at once. I'm like, dude, I gotta change my life, bro. I can't stay here. And
what was it?
What was
it? Was it
change?
Yeah. Why did you want out?
The command.
You're a sniper now.
The command sucked. The command did not value. The leadership did not value you.
Yeah.
And my sniper platoon that I worked my ass off to get into, it was going down the drain almost. Mindsets at that time, they were saying hazing was a big deal. People weren't getting hazed. People were getting trained. People were learning what discipline and respect is. Unviolently. Now, there was some violent shit happening before, this time. But at the time, like I said, there's a pig and a hog. As a hog, you wear your fucking sniper, your 550 cord loop with your necklace, with your sniper round. A pig doesn't have that shit. And I remember in training up, even for this deployment, our platoon sergeant was real stickler about like segregation. I'm like, dude, if we make these motherfuckers feel, they're part of the team, but if we give them everything, they won't want to go to sniper school. They'll just want to stay here. They want to stay here. They're not an asset. They're a liability now, because there's no evolution in their wheelhouse, their spectrum of growth in this platoon. Because I grew up in a sniper platoon or state platoon with honor and discipline. I was told exactly how it's going to fucking be, and this is why. And then I started to see phones started coming out. Like internet was popping, Hot or Not was popping, MySpace was a thing, and I just saw this new generation of guys join my ranks, and that plus the leadership, I'm like, dude, this isn't for me. And it cost so many lives because there's so many egos tied to it. I remember this one particular time, I'm at this training event, and my platoon sergeant wanted us all to take off our sniper necklaces. And he's like, fucking take them off. And I see them again, you're out of the fucking platoon. And we're getting ready to deploy for this deployment I just talked about. And my guys are like, fuck you. And he's like, take them off. When I come back, they better be off or you're gone. He was that guy. One of our own. He was a trained sniper, but he was a drill instructor also. He forgot who he was in this concept, and really led by fear and intimidation instead of compassion and leadership. And I remember telling my guys, I'm like, dude, this guy's obviously a tool. Let's just fucking take it off for him to come back in 20 minutes. When he leaves, we'll put it back on. And I couldn't get my friends in my platoon to look at it that way. They're like, fuck that. And I get it. But there's a time and place. And some of my friends, they were so willing to die on their fucking sword right there. That battle was it. They weren't crossing the line. That was it. I'm just like, guys, that's so small. That's so small. And 4 of them didn't fucking do it. As soon as this motherfucker left, I put my shit back on. Exactly what I said I was gonna do. I knew this guy was a tool bag. Little man syndrome. I knew that's what I needed to do to get over on this thing. Because I had a goal, I had a mission, I had a vision. How can I be the best sniper if I'm not a sniper? How can I take care of my team if I'm not here? Because I allow my ego to get the fucking way. My necklace means something to me too. It means so much to me. I'm gonna preserve it, not fucking relinquish what it all stands for. Just 4 of my guys get killed in the fucking platoon that day. And on that deployment I was talking about, I'm on a rooftop, mind my own fucking business. You know, I'm engaging, and fighting stops. And this same dude comes over to me and he's like, hey, I want to let you know that John's dead. And I said, fuck you, motherfucker. This is your fucking fault. And I was so pissed, I was hurt. Because John refused to take off his necklace. A fucking necklace that meant everything to him. And this fucking dude's like this tall. His name's John Longoria. Little fucking homie. He was rolling around Fallujah with a fucking sasser. Twice his fucking size. It was funny as shit. We put him in a backpack, patrol with him at times, just fuck around. And they were clearing this house right adjacent to me. And John was one of the first ones to go in. Well, the insurgents had a machine gun position fortified in there. And so when the fire team went in there, because John got kicked out of the sniper platoon, got sent to the line company, John rushes in there. He gets fucking zipped in half. The rest of half his fucking team. And I'm just holding grudges. And I had to get out of that fucking environment. And I'm holding on to that for the rest of this deployment. I fucking hate this guy. I hate that my friends are dead. I hate even getting to fucking know even new people. Because it's just, it seems to never end. And at that point, even one tip is a fuck ton when you did everything. I did every boot camp, SOI. My first deployment. Now my second deployment with the same guy. With multiple of those same guys. And they're gone. And they had dreams, they had hopes, they had all this shit. Because of fucking necklace and poor leadership, this fucking dude's dead. I mean, he could have died probably any other way, maybe. But that's what I was holding. I'm like, I gotta get out of this space. So we're fast forwarding to the conclusion of the deployment. I'm on a boat, we're floating out, and I find out there's a forced reconnaissance indoctrination happening soon. And at this point, I'm still not a good swimmer. I needed to unfuck myself. So I go home, I bring my K-memes, I'm swimming at the YMCA, I'm making shit happen. They're like, don't put your head underwater. I'm like, fuck you. I got goals and dreams, I'm like, wait till they look away, and I go do it. And then that led me to showing up one morning at 5 o'clock at a pool deck with nervous shits 30 minutes prior, because I don't want to eat too much, so I ate a banana to make sure I didn't cramp up. But I was nervous as fuck. Because now all my friends that I worked with and deployed with that were forced reconnaissance guys, now I'm saying, hey, I want to be one of you. I'm shifting lanes. I had homies in the recon community. I got homies in the forced reconnaissance community. But now I'm saying, I want to earn what you have earned. So now it's time for me to pay. So now we're not friends. Now I'm a fucking student. I'm a roper. I'm a nobody. All over again. And I loved it. Because I learned that a lot of dudes talked a lot of shit in the military. A lot of shit. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But when push comes to shove, the ones that say they're going to do stuff, if they show up, then you know those dudes are the real McCoys. Because it's so hard to show up. It's so hard to sign your name on a list and be like, okay, I'll be there tomorrow. At least it was for me. It was easy. Fucking mind-fucking myself. Never doubting myself, but questioning myself. Like, dude, are we doing this? Is this really happening? How exciting. You have no idea what you're getting into? Good luck, motherfucker. Hope you can swim. And that's when I started the next phase of my life, my next phase of my military career, the forced reconnaissance, Marine Raider career. And that's where it changed. I put myself in a group of guys that gave a fuck about each other. The leadership cared about them. The training cared about them. The communication cared about them. The support system cared about not only them, but their families. I was like, dude, I'm where I'm supposed to be at. It's completely different. More money, different mission, different mindset, more hard gates to get through to get there. So you're earning your keep. Everyone there earns their keep. There's no handouts there. There's no poor leadership like that, or you're gone. This thing doesn't sit well. So I find myself doing this screening. Guess what? I sucked. I sucked at swimming. They're like, bro, get your chin up.
Oh, what'd I just do?
Okay. But I'm like, not quitting. I'm suffering. And I am grateful of the suffer. Because I've dreamt about this moment for a long time. I dreamt about it the whole way on this fucking boat. And now I'm getting to do it. But just like the sniper shit, I'm suffering. I'm sucking. I'm not even good at it. I have all the reasons to say, fuck it, this is not for me. But I didn't quit. And however it happened, I passed everything else, but I didn't pass that portion. But I still got a phone call to show up. They're like, hey, we think this guy has something. We think he's trainable, and so we want him to come here. And so my platoon commander calls me in. My sniper platoon commander calls me in. He's like, hey, they called you. I felt like I let everyone down. They're like, hey, they saw something in you. They said you can't swim for shit. But they think that you're trainable, so you're going to go be a roper over force reconnaissance.
God damn, man.
Try out. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So I checked out of my infantry unit. I checked in, temporary. And I start the suffer process.
Well, before we go into that, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
Many of you probably know by now, earlier this year, I did a psychedelic healing journey, and that changed many aspects of my life for the better. Two of them being I haven't had any alcohol or coffee in over 6 months. Another aspect that changed of mine is my morning ritual, and I want to tell you guys about my new addition to my morning ritual, mud water. It's a coffee replacement. In my opinion, the best thing about mud water is every single ingredient was added for a very specific purpose. Cacao and chai for mood and a microdose of caffeine. Lion's mane for alertness. Cordyceps to help support physical performance. Chaga and reishi to support your immune system. Turmeric for soreness, and cinnamon for antioxidants. Not only is mud water good for you, it also tastes incredible. My favorite ingredient is the lion's mane because it keeps my brain alert all hours of the day. Some people like to mix their mud water with milk. Some people like to put some honey in it. Personally, myself, I just dump it in a glass of water, stir it up, and throw it down the hatch. Mud water is Whole30 approved, 100% USDA organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher certified. Mudwater also donates monthly to the Berkeley Center for the Science of Psychedelics, as Mudwater believes the country is in a mental health epidemic, and so do I. Go to mudwater.com/Sean to support the show and use code Sean for 15% off. That's mudwater.com/Sean. Use code Sean for 15% off.
All right, we're back from the break. You're going to Force Recon.
Going to Force Recon, yep. And at this point, I passed the screening to get in there because we're swimming every day. I'm learning, getting educated. A lot of the same stuff that I was learning and doing in the sniper community. A lot of land navigation, a lot of ruck running all the time. And it was like never ending. And all the older guys at Force were getting ready. They're trying out for Delta, so they're doing nothing but pack runs. So as a new guy, I am just doing pack runs every fucking day, it seems like.
So are you in Force at this point, or are you training to go?
I'm training to go to school. I am a nobody. I'm a roper.
You made the tryout.
I made the tryout. So I'm there, and I'm earning my keep. But the next phase of your keep is you have to go to RIP, which is called the Recon Indoctrination Program. And then once you pass that, there is a force, at the time there was a force selection. So I had to go do that. And so there was like a screening to get in, earn your keep, got a chance to go to RIP. You have to pass that. That means, okay, now you're basically prepared to go to BRC, the recon school. Whether you're force reconnaissance or battalion reconnaissance, you all go to RIP, and you all go to the same recon school, the baseline fundamental school. And then, so that's what I did. I went to RIP. That sucked. That was like, it was way different than my sniper experience. I was used to the ruck running. I was used to the land navigation, but they had the pool every fucking day, it seemed like. And I hated the pool. This pool in particular, they had no keys for the gate. So we always found ourselves jumping the fence to go swim in the pool. That told me that this wasn't planned. That told me that there was like no one there to come save me when I was feeling weak and wanted to quit inside. And every day of RIP, I wanted to quit. Every day. Every day, I'm like, dude, I'm going to quit today.
Why? Why'd you want to quit?
Because it was hard. And I told myself, it almost made it like a joke. Like, if I can make fun of it now before I actually have to go out there and do it, I'll just laugh about when I'm doing it. And then
You wanted to quit because it was hard?
Dude, it was so fucking hard to swim. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to make this pool. I'm not going to make it in the pool today. They're like, oh, we're going to do all this fucking swimming and crossovers. I'm like, fuck, dude, I want to quit. I can't do this shit.
After all the shit that you'd been through on your previous 2 fucking deployments in Iraq, which, by the way, I don't think I've ever heard any fucking shit like that. You're worried about the pool.
Dude, the pool was the equalizer of my soul.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude. The pool was unforgiving. I remember being on the pool deck. They split up to A and B. I was a B group because I was not a great swimmer. I'm passing things. I'm holding my own weight, but I'm also not a fish. And so I'm doing push-ups. We're doing push-ups and mountain climbers. And they're like, go! And they're just doing crossovers, and it's a 25-meter pool, so you're just underwater to the next edge, out for breath, underwater to the next edge, out for breath, and you're just repeating this non-stop. And you do not bring your head above the surface until you get to the edge. You just don't do it. And I remember doing push-ups. You're like, push up! And we're like counting off, and I hear, help! Help! And I look to my side, I'm like, oh shit! This dude popped up to catch breath mid-pool, and he just got swarmed. And they took his ass to the fucking bottom. And he disappeared. And they're like, fucking push. And we're pushing up. We're like, dude, what the fuck? And then I just hear this large ruckus, help, help, help. And you're like, oh my God, this is crazy. And you just hear, help, I quit. Just always taking him down. He's panicking. Panic is cancer, right? And it took me years to realize why you do all these hard things in the military, at least my own interpretation of them. But the panic like that is straight fucking cancer. And it spreads super fast in humans. And this dude was fucking done. And he just wanted to fucking quit. They're like, oh, fuck you. And this dude ended up quitting later on that day. But now it's my turn to get into the pool. I'm just like, oh my God, bro. This is going to be intense. Well, I learned from a very young age, even in boot camp, that if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I was very hungry. As a hungry recruit, so I would figure out ways to find food in boot camp. Well, I wasn't a good swimmer, so I found ways to swim how I needed to swim and breathe when I needed to breathe. So I would see when these dudes were not looking, and I'd try to come up for air, because I learned that if I'm not trying to get over on the system now and training, then I'm never going to push the envelope in combat. And I understand what discipline is. I understand what doing a hard thing is, but there's something about pushing the envelope to me that I've always enjoyed, and that's what I've enjoyed about my entire career is I love making shit happen. And sometimes there's very unconventional ways to make shit happen. And so I can either get choked out or I can get over if I need to come up for air. And so I'm like, okay, that's my thing. If I have to come up for air, I'm just going to wait till they're not looking. I'm going to come up, breathe real quick, and go back down. Well, then it kind of made it like a game. So now instead of me looking at this opportunity as straight hell, I'm like, how can I survive today? Because I'm not going to quit. I'm really not going to quit. I say it jokingly. I said it with my friends with smiles on their faces because it was like coping mechanism. There's no difference in seeing your friends get fucking blown and be like, holy fuck, dude, this fucking sucks. I get the fuck out of here. Well, I'm not really leaving anywhere. I'm just saying what needs to be said, doing what needs to be fucking done so I can push the fight and continue on. Because I'm human. I have feelings. I have emotions. I have doubts. I have insecurities. I have fucking fears. I'm real. I'm a real person. And the pool has a way of bringing that out of you. And you've ever heard of the ball of shit or the beehive?
I've heard a lot of balls of shit.
So they would take us, and we all had ropes. They're called ropers because we're always doing tying knots underwater. You know, everything's getting ready for dive school, tying notes, all this shit. Knots, not notes. And they took this water hose, and we're in the middle of the pool. We're so fucking deep, and they're like, get closer, and you're doing the ball as shit. So you're like kind of like nut to butt, kind of treading water, just flailing. You're just trying to keep air in your lungs so you kind of stay afloat, but you're getting kicked, you're getting scratched. And they just take this water hose and they just wrap it around you, and they get closer and closer and fucking closer to the point where you're literally struggling to stay afloat. And they're trying to see who quits. They're trying to see who panics. They're trying to see who can't make it fucking survive this thing. And if you would dive down to like come to the back of the ball as shit, they'd be like, fuck you, get in the center. And you're like, fuck you. And you kind of like wait a second till they call your name again. Because you're like, man, they're going to have to jump in this fucking pool to grab me. But you're like, wait a second, they will actually do that. So I'll go in the middle, I'll make it happen. And you just play these games of survivability because everyone there is trying to survive, because no one's just like, oh, this is easy. Nothing's easy when you reach that point, that phase line of like, now we're trying to kill you. Now we're trying to see what you're really made of. Now we're trying to teach you what fucking training can't teach you and what combat won't teach you. We're trying to teach you what you and only you can teach yourself. And that's your determination to fucking persevere and push through it. And they didn't say it with their words, but hindsight being 2020, looking back at this whole evolution of life, I'm like, that had to be it. Or at least that's the shit that I'm telling myself, because those times are tough. A lot of running, a lot of swimming, a lot of things that I was uncomfortable with, but would you know, I got really fucking good at them because I sucked at them so much. And it was so hard, but I was getting better. I was getting stronger. I was getting faster, to the point by the time I went to recon school, I fucking smoked it. It was honor graduate. It was easy. Even the swimming.
You were the fucking honor graduate of recon school too?
Yeah.
Jesus, dude.
And dive school.
And dive school.
And I sucked at swimming.
And boot camp.
And boot camp.
And
not sniper school. Not sniper school.
What about infantry school?
Yes, I was honor graduate there.
Impressive.
It worked out. There's a lot of flack that comes with titles like that. A lot of shit talking. And so I finished RIP, and me and my friends, we had a guaranteed slot to go to BRC, recon school. But before we could go, we had to go past the Force NDOC. So we were doing the screening to get in there, and then we did the Force NDOC, which was like another, 15 plus mile ruck run, double obstacle course, more swimming, more in-depth swimming, all sorts of unfun things, physical fitness tests. It was a real gut check. I think we started at like 6 in the morning, and I finished at like maybe 11 or 12 in the afternoon, maybe 1. I don't even know. But we were told to go home afterwards. And then I lay on the floor, my pinkies cramped. It was like, you were done, you were depleted. But everything leading up to the point trained us and prepared us for that. And I was just so pumped to even be there, because these were my friends and my mentors and my leaders that I worked with before in combat and in training. And now I'm one step closer to being in their tribe, one step closer to being part of this organization. And so I get my seat to go to BRC reconnaissance course that was down in Coronado. And I remember checking in, and I'm driving across the bridge. Dude, I watched all the Navy SEAL documentaries as a kid growing up. All the Discovery Channel they had to offer, I watched it. And to find myself on that obstacle course, doing that SEAL O course, as a roper, it was like a fucking dream come true. That shit is not easy. That little spider wall fucked up my forearms. The little bitty.
Yeah.
But just to be there and seeing all these visualizations that I've had ever since I was a high schooler kind of come to fruition. I yearned to be wet and sandy. I enjoyed that shit. It sucked. But I really found this like fulfillment in like doing shit that was fucking hard. Doing shit that I wanted to quit but not quitting fucking motivated me. Mm-hmm. I loved it. Being around dudes who wanted to quit but didn't quit, I fucking loved it. It motivated me. And that's what I found myself in. I found myself in a newer caliber of challenges, newer caliber of individuals, different fucking things. And, a lot of similarities to the reconnaissance community. Like, recon school was super easy for me. All you had to do is put out, not fuck anyone over, don't quit, and pass your test. That's it. Those are pretty simple. The requirements to do all those simple things were not so simple. But I knew how to patrol. I knew how to land nav. I knew how to do everything minus the amphibious stuff. Finning was new to me, minus RIP, when I learned it in RIP, learning how to become a reconnaissance marine. And or training to be a reconnaissance marine, and then nautical navigation. That was all new information to me. That was new uncharted territories. Small boats, all new shit to me. But other than that, everything else I kind of knew. And I was a pretty senior guy with a couple other senior guys there, so we were mentors to the younger classmates, the 18, 19-year-old guys.
How old are you at this point?
At this time, I just turned 21. And I spent many nights drinking out in town because I was just turned 21. And I could bounce back. I was super resilient. I would go study down in Pacific Beach, study my little flashcards for my test, getting hammered at happy hour, coming back to do a 4:30 beach run, you know, like unstoppable. I wasn't the greatest on the runs, but I never fell out, never quit, never failed the time, anything. But like, I was like this new journey of life. I'm like, bro, I am crushing it. This is so hard. It's not even hard. This is where I belong. You know, it was like this. I was so prideful to carry that rope. I was prideful to eat at the same chow hall the Buds guys were going to. It gave me so much. I felt so good about myself because I had so many friends like, I'm gonna be recon. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that, and they never made the moves. And here I am coming from a platoon, which I would have been in charge the next go around. I would have been in charge of that platoon, and I left that shit for a new tomorrow, a better tomorrow, bigger, better tomorrow, a new tribe, a new community, a new challenge in life, a new continuation of the progression that I determined I was going to go do in life. You know, just my entry point was the sniper. That got me in the door. That's what I wanted to do, and that's led and involved to everything else that I've done in life. So I go to BRC. BRC was great. A lot of great lessons there. Very fun, very challenging at times too. But like I said, I've already experienced it, so they weren't new challenges to me. They were just repeat challenges. So I found myself having to repeat the same indocs, the same screenings. I'm like, fuck, another hard gate? And they just kept on coming. And I'm like, all right, well, this is what's required to get to where I want to in life. So I graduate BRC. I check into my company to Force Reconnaissance, and I'm just feeling like a king. Just newbie there, new guy, and just so many new opportunities ahead of me. Then I quickly realized that I'm just a boot all over again. You know, everything I've done in the past, none of that shit mattered. No one gave a fuck. People knew of me. I had those friends because some of my sniper buddies were now Force Reconnaissance guys. It was like kind of a natural progression. At this time, Detachment 1, the Marine Special Operations Organization, was still kind of around, but more of a training capacity, but they were quickly being dissolved. They were coming to the Force Reconnaissance because unbeknownst at the time, there was this grand scheme to create a special operations in the Marine Corps to call it MARSOC. And this is all happening in the background, which we weren't really privy to. At least I wasn't, and I was a new guy, so it makes sense. So one day I check up, and it was great, you know, and being in the unit, being a Force Reconnaissance guy was great. You show up, team huddle, you PT, if there's no work to do, you go home. And if you're in a training phase, you do training. But if you're not in a training phase, you're in a downtime or a build-up, it was big boy rules. And I'm like, dude, this is great. I felt like an adult. I wasn't micromanaged. I was given a task condition standard and told to execute, and that was it. I'm like, this is brilliant. Everyone here is a senior guy. This is exactly where I need to be at. Then one day our commander comes in and he's like, hey, it's a huddle. So our company commander tells us that, you know, tomorrow, basically they give us this big spiel like we're going to become special operations. And they're like, everyone's on relaxed screening standards. We have more funding coming in. Expect new weapon systems. Expect a very, you know, intense training regimen. And we're just like, bro, this is it. This shit escalated quickly. Well, we were still Marines. Shit still wasn't hashed out by headquarters, so that lasted about a week. Dudes were wearing civilian clothes, growing out their fucking facial hair, getting ready for various training missions, downrange missions.
This is annoying, bro.
It felt awesome to be treated like an adult.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about the hair. It wasn't about the fucking facial hair. It was just about the trust and confidence in us to, you're big boys. Do what you need to do for the fucking mission. We're still Marines. We're going to stay within like common sense parameters, but go do what you're here to do. And I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. And that lasted like a week. Then they just stopped at us again. They put us right back into our little bubble or box, and they said, nope, cut your hair, shave your face. This is training is happening. This is happening. And you're just like, what's going on? And there's a lot of confusion going on at this time. And I found myself at Fort Benning doing jump school. during this whole, during like the last part of this, and jump school is 3 weeks long. Interesting place to be. And for people out there that don't know, jump school is 3 weeks long. You're there for 3 weeks for, it's like 5 days of jumping, 4 days of jumping, maybe 3 days of jumping. It's crazy. And you do only 5 jumps there. And you're there with a bunch of privates from the Army. And you're just treated like a fucking nobody. You're marching everywhere. You're singing these silly songs. And you're a recruit for 3 weeks. It was very difficult to do. But you do it. Because that's what it takes. Now things have changed. But anyways, I find myself there when I come back from jump school. That's when we officially lowered our first force reconnaissance guidon flag, and we hoisted the first Marine Special
Ain't
Operations
working like that. I'm just gonna
battalion
nuke the
flag,
dog
our guidon
piss
flag.
out of them.
So that's when we were called MSOB back in the day. Before Marine Raider was a thing, MSOB, we were Marine Special Operations Battalions. Our umbrella was called MARSOC, Marine Special Operations Command. So we were called MARSOC, but our units were called MSOBs. Where now they're called Marine Raider Battalions, so MRBs. So we've gone through some weird name changes throughout the years, because with the history and the lineage of the Marine Corps Raiders, the Marine Raiders, World War II, small build craft, small unit guys that really made a name for these specialized insertions that were taking place. Small boat crafts, small reconnaissance, hit and run, ambush style tactics, guerrilla warfare, other reconnaissance surveillance aspects of their mission. Well, that transpired into
The
the
nuke
big
they
mission
ever
was
loving
the
shit
boat
out these
companies,
boys. Oh my god, chair almost broke.
doing raid missions on Zodiacs, inflatable boats. They're doing, hit and run missions. They're doing all these different type of things, but on infantry scale, because the Raiders got disbanded. Well, reconnaissance community was the tip of the spear, because that's all that existed at this point. Force reconnaissance was the premier one. Battalion reconnaissance was still freaking premier. Just force reconnaissance was your direct action and special reconnaissance realm, where battalion reconnaissance is focused on supporting general purpose force. They support the battalions, the infantry battalions. They are your green side surveillance. They're the long-range reconnaissance patrolling, and they also do CQB, but the real mission for CQB and VBSS fell under the force reconnaissance mission. And I'm new to all this at the time, and they're like, hey, we're now MARSOC. I'm like, okay, dope. We kind of heard these things. Well, all these Detachment 1 guys started showing up in our units. They're now our leaders, because they all went through their own series of selection process to even get to their unit. I think you had to be a ranger. You had to have all these schools, prereqs to even be considered for Detachment 1 before you even got to try out for it. Like, they had this whole slew of superhero shit. You had to be a dual insert, jump and dive, free fall, all these things. Basic insert shit and basic leadership stuff, from the Army side. And so we formed up, and we found ourselves quickly deploying to Afghanistan. That was our main area of operation. But at the time, Iraq was our focus. That was what we were planning for. And I was part of the second company to roll out of the West Coast to deploy overseas. Well, we didn't have our own special operations insertion platforms. We're still using the Marine Corps and the Navy to do our inserts, whether that's to fly us or to transport us via boat. So since force reconnaissance went away, there was no one to cover down that mission on the MEUs, the Marine Expeditionary Unit. So you had normally a SEAL platoon on every MEU, and then they were either on the submarine or a small frigate, doing the VBSS, doing the commanders. Hey, I have a special operations team with me. And now MARSOC took over. There was no force guys. So now we're seeing reconnaissance battalion getting a little bit more meat on their plate to hey, you need to go do these things. But we still have the requirements. So I'm still training VBSS. I'm still training on how to take over a helm, scale a boat. I was still a sniper. I was on a recce team, so I'm learning, I'm doing aerial sniping platforms, all this type of shit. And all fun stuff. I mean, I'm doing training I've never done before. I'm shooting sniper rifles I never had access to in the infantry. I'm using optics, night vision. I have all these things I never had before, and it was super awesome.
The golden Connex box showed up.
The golden Connex box showed up, and the carte blanche, budget came with it also, where we were doing great things, and at the time we're so infant, SOCOM put so much money into us, Special Operations Command as a whole. They're coming down to evaluate our training, coming down to like ominous, clear us off. Can you meet these mission essential task lists? Are you meeting the special operations standard? You know, can you shoot, move, communicate, do direct action, do special reconnaissance? Can you do foreign internal defense? Can you do unconventional warfare? Can you do all these things? And can you do it to a standard? And so it was super cool to have all these experts come down from Delta, all these other organizations, and evaluate us, provide input, and then hold us accountable. It was super awesome to like experience all this shit. We're operating now. We're flying with 160th. You know, USOC aviation aspect, not Marine Air. You know, I love some Marine pilots, mainly our Cobra pilots, but like there's a big difference between the SOAR and Marine Air Wing. How they fly, how they do everything. And we were actually being treated like fucking adults. And it was amazing. And so our first company rotates out to Afghanistan, and my company's on deck. I was a Bravo company, first battalion, or First Marine Special Operations Battalion, and we were told we were going to Iraq. So we're planning for a very Iraq scenario. What does that mean? I don't fucking know. Shoot, move, communicate. More of the same shit. I'm doing it all. And we get on a boat to float over, and they're like, hey, we're going to Afghanistan. And we're like, it kind of felt really cool to be redirected, to have this mission, to think you're going to Iraq.
Oh my god, we just went into a world war, boys. Oh my god, we just went into World War.
Operation was the Helmand Province. And at this time...
Alright. I'm going to pause that. We are now in a complete world war. Oh my god. Okay. fucking all-out world war right now. Get 'em, boys. Fuck ass China. You gonna get it here shortly, bastard. Where's your Chinese troops at, you little motherfuckers? Where's the... Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Damn, man. world has just absolutely went to shit. Osama bin Laden got killed. Let's go check out whatchamacallit. Damn, boys. And damn. What y'all do? Hit a wave? How'd they go? Tell me them niggas got shot down. Come on. God damn, man. This shit's crazy. Who are we battling out here? We're battling the fucking Chinese, of course. Getting our ass kicked. Nah, not really. We got. How'd we get Supreme? Oh my god, we got him. Let's go. Send him, boys. Send him, send him, send him. 11 days. Come on, boy. Oh, hurry up. Bong rip time, baby. Bong rip time. Invade India, and then from India, we can invade China. That's the plan here. Once we take China out, all these little islands. Because I'm at war with fucking everybody. Let's take a gander here. Everything you see in red is war. Everything blue is allied. Yeah, and these guys are almost war, I feel. Everybody hates us. Damn, Jesus. Jesus. Turkey. What up, cuz? Uh, you're at war with the... Yeah, dude. Like, we could help you with that. Just gotta want the help. Oh yeah, I could invade Greece easy as hell, Turkey. Come on, Turkey. Gives a fuck. Get them ready. Whoa. I thought we killed him. We killed him. How's he still the leader? Make that make sense. God. These dickheads really trying to attack me over here? They just attacked Hawaii. Whoa. Hmm. I feel like China put all their ships in one area. Hell yeah, because they only got 305 now. Motherfuckers. Oh no. Okay, yeah, it is ship divisions, I guess. Got shitload more airplanes than them though. Need a airport. Nearest airport. Do you have any fucking airports, India? Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, you gotta have something. Build one. Fuck you talking about. Yo, bitch gonna fuck someone you know after you get arrested. And wrote the street law with an 8-minute confession. Business. Turning up with killer on Instagram, we flexing. Fuck, man. Oh yeah, quit pushing. Back to the front lines. Wait for reinforcements. You boys did your job. Oh shit, y'all boys need to dig down though. Y'all boys need to dig down. Can't let that happen. Oh, these are Chinese forces that just showed up. Bro, where the fuck's the homies? Alright, we need to start calling more in. Bring in, all the J-Cats. The whole fucking J-Cat squad. Come on.
Everyone, listen up. Ready for orders.
Chase Cat Squad, where you at, cuz? Oh, we haven't hit the fucking... Oh my god.
Contact, just up ahead.
Need the fucking port. There we go. Now we can get him here.
Everyone, listen up.
Boys, you gotta get here. Boys, you gotta get here.
Everyone, listen up. Roger that.
Go, bitches. Fight back. We're getting them here. Not getting them here. Not fight back. Fall back. Back into defense mode. They are not here. That was false alarm. Fall back, boys. Fuck are the homies? Oh, are y'all coming?
Orders.
Get through there. Fucking hell. God, they got some. Oh my god, they're just throwing them at us, bro.
Ready for orders.
Get your asses in there. Y'all running away for? Okay, hold. Do that push. Falling back. Fucking pussies. Fucking pussies.
Everyone, listen up.
Get in there.
Fire, fire, fire!
Oh my god, they made the push back. Okay, boys, we gotta make that push. Full on push, everybody. Do your jobs.
Everyone, listen up. Get moving.
Go. Go, Shawty. It's your birthday. Go. 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 We're about to see how this turns out. And we got a lot of more men in reserve, just in case, you know? So, this is cool. I'm sure China does too. I'm sure they haven't thrown the whole fucking wad at us yet.
Everyone, listen up. Everyone, listen up. Orders. Everyone, listen up. Roger that.
Pretty sure everybody hates us. Come on, Oman. What the fuck? Slowly but steadily getting in there. That's what we do. Rods from God, their ass. Motherfuckers. What? Come on now, little donkey. Collecting target state. Fucking fire. Fire. Hold on, boys. I'm the dog shit out of them. Need a build. Damn it. April, March, April, yeah, 2 months, 1 month.
Ready for orders. Shit, get back.
Wish I could see the depths, bro. Fine. I just want to see them all. 23,000 isn't that bad. They fucking us up at trying to evade anywhere? No, we're chilling. Motherfuckers ain't getting through shit. Fuck it, we're gonna do an invasion on mainland. There's so much going on. I'm killing my PC. Know I'm on a potato, but still. Attack, boys. Blitz kill squad will be getting some action as long as there's our 12th infantry. Also be getting some action. We're gonna be putting you guys, the 1TT Airborne 36th Infantry Division. You guys are gonna go see some time too. As soon as them boys make landfall, it's gonna be the same situations happen here.
Everyone, listen up. Shit, get back.
need this fucking airport so bad. Piece of shit. It's retarded. Our commander got killed in battle.
Everyone, listen up. Ready for orders. Everyone, listen up. Rolling out.
What are y'all doing? Just standing there. I ain't even been in battle. How y'all affected by attrition, you fuckers? Please come help me in something, you dickheads.
Context just up ahead.
I thought that was Brazil. You pieces of shit. You get it too, Brazil. We took Hong Kong. Good shit, boys. Man. absolute dog shit out of China. Oh, fuck. Fuck, we better be scared. Nigga, get up here now.
Everyone, listen up. Attention. Everyone, listen up. Everyone, listen up. Roger that.
Get them.
Ready for orders.
Send an airborne unit here. That jet just got murdered. Send it, boys. Zach.
Orders.
Why are we letting anything happen here?
Everyone, listen up. Everyone, listen up.
God damn. Oh fuck yeah, we got the French in here. Holy shit. They're deep. This is the definition of a real world war right here, baby. Oh, my shoulder, man.
Everyone, listen up. Ready for orders. Ready for orders.
Start feeding out fucking reinforcements.
Everyone, listen up. Ready for orders. Attention. Orders. Orders.
They're killing the fuck out of my commanders.
Orders. Ready for orders. Orders. Ready for orders. Attention. Orders.
God. Fucking God.
Everyone, listen up. Orders. Ready for orders.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Holy shit. We need peas. Then you all shall die.
Ready for orders. Oh, now.
Fucking hell. We are never going to win this. Yeah, put the A-10 on the ground there. Let's put the A-10 on the ground in China too.
Orders.
We need that airport back.
Fire, fire, fire. Keep shooting. Oh, now.
Oh my god, they're coming. Boys, we're gonna die. Run, boys. Damn. Boys, get out of there. Abort mission.
Everyone, listen up.
Oh my god.
Ready for orders.
Shoot across. Just shoot across. Shoot across. Shoot across.
Fire. Get moving.
Shoot across. Shoot across. Shoot across.
Starting to move. Ready for orders.
Shoot down, baby. Shoot down.
Get moving.
Shoot straight down. Oh my god, we lost.
Orders.
Okay, resort to the. Okay. Bull and Putin, man. When in doubt, Nuke him out. Fucking nuke him right there. That's where we're gonna nuke him. Go. Some ports built here. To nuke the fuck out the Chinese queers. Right here, fuck it. Like their supplies. Okay, which ones? Gotta. Fuck. Hey, we gotta do this again. Fuck. We're gonna lose this fucking war, bro. Pretty sure the game just broke from the nukes. Border conflicts. Fuck you guys. It's the first time I've ever seen that. No. Gotta stop.
Fire, fire, fire! That shit.
Fuck it.
Orders. Orders.
This is so fucked. Got an idea.
Everyone, listen up. Ready for orders. Ready for orders. Orders. Everyone, listen up.
Killing the fuck out of him with them nukes. Ah, shit, they're making a push back.
Ready for orders.
By little, baby. Little by little.
Ready for orders. Attention. Orders.
I just nuked my own troops. It's always great.
Everyone, listen up. Time to move. Attention. Ready for orders. Everyone, listen up. Attention.
God damn, man.
Everyone, listen up. Orders.
Motherfuckers, man. I need another bong rip. See, I got 2 viewers. Y'all been here for a little while, man. Y'all must be liking it. The silence and intenseness of fucking trying to take over the world as America. I think if we retire Mitt Romney that we'll get Trump. Let's see. Let that ride for a second. See what's happening here. Not good. Good at all. Your pushes.
Everyone, listen up.
I don't know why China had to go poke their nose and shit. I'm about to just nuke them with every nuke I got, bro. Like, you fucking assholes. Nuke the ever-loving dog shit out them. Same spot. We're gonna level this place out, bro. Oh, we ain't got enough over here. Damn. To make some more of them. It's a little bit more reasonable. Motherfuckers. Yeah, you better move. Clear out that city. This shit's killing my arm. I'm not gonna be able to do anything. My only hope right now is to throw a coup. About the cheat. Cheating, I don't care. Nuke the shit out of ourselves.
Ready for orders.
shit, we might do it, man. y'all here, and I got an airport doing. sorry, men, for what's gonna happen to you. Streaming, guys. Feels longer than that. Go.
Ready for orders. Ready for orders. Roger that.
Please work, please work, please work, please work. Yes.
Everyone, listen up.
Let's fucking go. Here you go, hot Asian girl. Say access you need. I might fucking do this now, boys. Holy shit.
Attention.
keep having fucking border wars with me, I'll give you a real war, you motherfucking faggots.
Ready for orders.
Holy shit, boys. We did it. Alright, let's hit longer for this. Okay, so what war are we still in? Philippines and Brazil. sure y'all learned y'all's lesson. East Turkestan. Man, that war was fucked. Alright, we're gonna call it. It's late as fuck. Appreciate everybody that dropped by. Send in for the first part, man. The dude had an incredible story. Yeah, man. Fucking hell. I didn't think I was gonna win that war. Did it. At least looks crazy now, but give France nothing. Hell no. Keep your bitch ass over there, France. Said it. Gotta get to that port.
Everyone, listen up.
Could just do this. Oh man. Alright, yeah, we're gonna save it here and end it.